All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Everybody in the house. I mean, today we're going to have, you know, unfortunately, a little talk about abuse. And it's sad, but it's also a good opportunity to educate, right? And what's up, Andre? Negro, Ralph, Storm in the place. Donnie Williams, thank y'all so much for coming out. And anybody else that's listening, um, it's not really hard to engage this topic. It's a much needed topic, and people that are really interested in this topic can also go research. The research is out there. It's such a huge phenomenon in society, abuse, and nobody can take it for granted. Nobody should take it for granted. And it's something that you're going to experience in your life. It is, you know, it's something that you should never be silent about it when you experience it. And, sometimes it goes under the radar. We tend as a society, and by the way, it's not necessarily a bad thing to give focus where abuse lies, but often you hear about abuse being received by children and women, uh, and that's such a serious thing. But also, men experience abuse. The abuse might vary, even with women. The abuse might vary. You know, uh, it varies even with children. The abuse might vary. Children can be beaten. Uh, you know, children receive psychological abuse. Um, Adults receive can be beaten, by the way. Now, often, but not only, often women get physically abused, but sometimes men get physically abused too. But what is actually very prevalent is mental abuse. um, that is just all over the board, and men often aren't too proud to aren't too happy, excuse me, to admit when they've suffered abuse. A lot of times men don't even know they're experiencing it because there's almost little focus on it. So a lot of times people just suck it up. And also women, they don't always know it. I mean, if you grew up in a good situation, a decent, a safe situation, you might not even know when you later go out in the world and receive abuse. It would be the oddest thing to you. You may not recognize it, but I've had a chance to learn a little bit about abuse. Hey, just lovely me. I've had a chance to learn about it, and you know where I first learned about it? Talking to women about it. By the way, um, learning from women, talking about abuse. Um, you know, and it's really something that affects men, even though you often see that women might experience abuse. It actually affects men too in a indirect way, because a lot of times, you know the person that has been abused will carry that abuse on to other relationships and not even realize it. And it doesn't have to be relationships like your girlfriend or boyfriend. It could be relationships at work. It could be relationships, just on the street with friends or people you meet. It Some people might even have a hard time keeping a relationship because they don't even realize they're being abusive in the first place. So it's an important topic, and so I'm going to jump right into it. The first thing I want to examine is uh, is counseling. You know, a lot of people give advice over the internet. A lot of people, you know, just have this idea that they are counselors. Um, uh, a person could think that they're being professional when they're not a professional. You know, and For me, I like to go to the professionals and hear a little bit about what they say, just to make sure, you know, it's good to question yourself just to make sure you're not missing something. Because a lot of times, even me, I think I know a lot of stuff. Sometimes you get used to being useful to other people. You get used to assisting other people. And when you get used to doing that, you could take things for granted too. You might miss something. By the way, our understanding of abuse changes with the times. 20 years ago is not what we know today. There's been some new clarity on the different types of abuse. The definitions are being defined more deeply, more comprehensively, and that allows other people to access help, right? And through understanding, through in-depth definings, you know. So here we go. So I actually I'm gonna put this in the chat. I came up with this, and this is for everybody. It's just a website, but by the way, you can check the website out. You can contact the authors of the website, um, and see who recommends some of this, and see how it weighs on your scale. Right now, let me see here. Recently, as you know, maybe the last 6 months, I mean, I have been the target of personal attacks that are heinous, attacks that are ugly, of the worst type, of the cyber nature on the internet. Um, And the attacks have been but done by somebody you can't really get your hands on them. You can't make them stop. They're off in their safe space, feeling free to basically use my name, my face, imply things that are pretty delusional and are not factual, but still nonetheless have an effect, you know. And I've had language hurled at me. I've been called. I mean, imagine this. Imagine being a woman, and your man is sitting up there calling you a bitch. You know, a bitch ass nigga, a nigga ass bitch, a good for nothing bitch, a good for nothing. Imagine that. Just imagine that, and then imagine you react to it after a while. After a while, you react to it, and then someone comes along and tells you, "Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. You know, this person that you are saying is abusing you, you know, you need to be cautious about how you respond. You need to think about their feelings. And you need to think about other people's feelings too, by the way, before you think about your own feelings, before you think about your own safety, you know? And I found that idea preposterous. I went and searched and asked, not just searched the internet, I actually asked the professional myself, was I hearing this right? And I found out there's nowhere where it's written that any victim of any abuse at the moment that they're receiving it, and while the abuse is still ongoing, they have no responsibility to think about the abuser in any way, shape, or form. They need to think about themselves first. Then I also found out that although there are victims out there, and many, and it should be taken serious, that people should be cautious because sometimes perpetrators cast themselves as victims. And often it could also be the case that they're not even aware of it because that's their defense mechanism, that they are the victim. So let me get into this. Let's get into the counseling part, and it's gonna get deeper. What are 10 principles of counseling? Right. And by the way, this is from positivepsychology.com, defining the counseling process and its stages, right? But I want to hop down to the bottom part and get to the frequently asked questions. All right. What are the 10 principles of counseling? Respect for client autonomy. That means privacy. When you counsel someone, you shouldn't go out there and tell other people. It's private. That's what a real counselor does. So anybody that's advising another person how to deal with the abuse that they told you they are experiencing, whatever you counsel them on, you should not take that information anywhere else because it's private. I mean, you're dealing with a person that says they're abused, right? So it should be private. Empathy and understanding. You know, me myself, I think people have witnessed me express empathy. The person that has been attacking me verbally, defaming me publicly, and attacking me publicly, verbally, and there's an aspect of psychology in it, a psychological abuse, when you have to hear it over and over and over, and there's nothing you can do to stop it, right? I showed empathy for a person that was abused, only to turn around or says they were abused, claims they were abused. I myself have no facts to prove any of that. But what I did was believe them, right? And I had empathy for them because I understand that's not a nice thing. Being abused is not a nice thing. Take a non-judgmental attitude. If I bring any bias to the table, that would not be counseling. It wouldn't be counseling. You see, that would just take the counseling all off the table. Because why? Why would that be? Because I would be judging somehow, right? Because I'm bringing biases. You see, um, then okay, we said confidentiality, respect for client autonomy. Okay, cultural sensitivity and competence, trust and rapport. Trust is so important. A collaborative approach, right? That means you're working with the person that's talking to you and you're figuring out ways, right, together, right? You're not telling them what they got to do. You're working on ways to where it could fit their particular situation. Self awareness and self reflection, being aware, thinking about your actions first. If you notice, I took a pretty long time trying to address the problem in a nice way, but I found out that the nice way, it only opened me up for more abuse. It only opened me up for more abuse. I wasn't able to convince the person through respectful dialogue, uh, pleading with them, that allowing someone to just blast me and also blast another person over the internet, talking about their mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers. I mean, I even, made so many polite requests and commentary to try to appeal to the person's um, human nature, right? And it didn't happen. Ethical and legal standards. I mean, if you're not a counselor, then you're not really, you know, a counselor, I guess. But when you counsel the person, the ethics and the legalities take some kind of you know, take some kind of importance in it. So let me go back. Now let me get to the next part here where it's a little more interesting. Let's see. I just wanted to go there just to show you some of the advice that they give. Right? Now let me see here. Let me get back to the well, let me see here. Where is it at? Right here? Right. Right. Victim blaming. Let me see here. Where is this one at? Is that this one? This one? Or this one? Let me see here. Romance therapy. Let me call this up and put it on the screen. Let me see. Is it here? Right here. Boom. All right. Let's see here. Boom. What is victim blaming? Let me check and see if everybody can see this on the screen. Okay, I'll make it a little bit bigger. There it is. I had it up actually already, but here, let me make it a little bigger for everybody. Boom, boom. Right. What is victim blaming? Victim blaming. Oh, hold on. Let me do this so I can read it all. Victim blaming is a form of gaslighting. It occurs when the victim of a crime, violence, or harassment is blamed or made to feel responsible for the action. Now, as we notice, plenty of times it has been suggested to myself and also Shaka and Dugu Komet that if we had not done this, quote unquote, NX would not have done this. And so many times we said, wait a second, but we did this because the person did something else before that. And that's what that person did was they had someone on their panel dissing people's mothers, children, this kind of thing. for a long period of time, a sustained period of time, basically a sustained attack, you know, a sustained attack is what it was, you know. Now, every time we played that video, and we might have to play the video again because it seems to be getting dismissed by a lot of people. There's a lot of people that don't seem to think that was alarming. Um, but it was alarming to the victims. You see, it was alarming to myself. It was alarming to Shaka. You see what I mean? It was definitely alarming. It was crazy, you know. Victim blaming is a common theme in sexual assault cases, but it can occur in the context of other forms of assault, non-violent crimes, or even in emotional and mental trauma. So that means this is not just about our culture. You see, abuse is not always the our thing, right? It could be a lot of other things. It could be verbal abuse. It could be mental abuse. That's what gaslighting is. When you're blaming the victim, that's mental abuse. You see? Now, anyone can be a victim blamer. That means man and women can be that. That's not a gender thing, right? Women can be perpetrators just as easy as men can be perpetrators. There's nothing in the rule book that says abuse is only a problem for women. There's nothing there, right? And I have a suspicion because I have a suspicion that somehow me being a man, right, it has been targeted. Has been targeted. Um, I don't know what that's about. Uh, these same people saw the abuse happen in the videotape. They saw it go on and on and on. I mean, I've documented. I took images, and not only that, it's not the first time, but it's been well documented. It's even up on it had been up on the person's web page for months, months and months and months, or their YouTube page for months and months and months. Person I never met before, person that doesn't know anybody in my family, person that doesn't know anyone of my friends that I anybody does, they just don't know anybody. But the person wants to make some sort of odd suggestions. Um, they also want to try to insinuate that somehow, some way, um, the identity that I choose for myself is not my actual identity, which can be rough. That could actually be rough. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Um, you could have an ethnicity, and someone else can say, no, you're not that ethnicity. We went over that before. A person could say, I'm African American. A person could say, I'm FBA. And then for you to go all along and say, no, you're not FBA, you're African American. That's, identity politics. That's not allowing somebody the human right to define. You see what I mean? And it can be the same thing when you're talking about sexual orientation. That's how someone identifies too, right? And it's kind of like a cheap shot in a way because you don't get a chance to show anybody what how you have sex. I mean, it's the presumption. I mean, most of the time when you're dealing with people, you believe who they say they are. You just believe it. At the end of the day, you don't really know what anybody does. So you accept their identity. You accept what they present themselves to be, and that's the only right that you have. But this person didn't allow me that. The one thing that I am, the individual would not allow me that. They wouldn't give space for that. They wanted to make a claim that somehow I'm different than what I am. A perpetrator, you made me act this way. You get blamed for that. You made me act this way. So the fact that a person that we got abused or I was abused, right, and an individual allowed the abuse to take place, their excuse was is that it was me who made them put up these images on the internet. It was them that made them start calling me outside of my sexual identity. We're just heterosexual. But of course, because they wanted to show me that they have power over me, they wouldn't give me that. They wanted to do it the opposite and describe me as something different, right? And then put an LGBT flag up next to my face, right? That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to make remarks about who takes it up the butt more. I mean, literally, that's what this person wanted to do. And yet you will have individuals defending that person and insinuating that somehow I, when addressing it, I'm supposed to worry about that person's feelings somehow, because that person who's doing it claims to be a victim, a sexual assault victim. And in their mind, you're always supposed to believe that, right? But okay, belief is belief. It's not knowing. It's not a fact. And sexual assault victims can assault other people also. You see? So there's no space. It's kind of like they're trying to make me feel like I owe that individual something or feel like somehow I'm to blame. That's mental abuse. People blame victims for many reasons, one of which is to make someone else responsible for their actions. However, another common reason people blame victims is to create distance between themselves and the victims. For example, someone who witnesses or learns of a crime might say something like, "That would never happen to me because I would never put myself in that type of situation." This is done to create distance between themselves and the crime victim and help themselves feel safer. Regardless of why people blame victims, it's important to understand that victim blaming is dangerous and is never okay. It's never okay. All right, now that we established that, that's victim blaming. Now let me see here. You could go on. Let me put this also in the chat for people. Uh, they can review it, come back with any commentary they like. And let's move on. By the way, I got another stream after this where I'm going to address double standards, but let's keep it pushing here. All right, that's victim blaming. Let me move down here. I'm going to switch it off here too. Let me see. Boom. Thanks for being here, y'all. Let's see here. Boom. What is this now? While the allegations of abuse should be treated seriously, we must be aware that the perpetrators might present themselves as victims. Some because they genuinely see themselves as victims, and some because by presenting as victims, they hope to maintain power and control over their partner. But again, it doesn't have to be their partner. It could just be their victim. Now, let me read that again. While the allegations of abuse should be treated seriously, right? NX said they were abused when they were a child. Myself, I gave that person a safe space to discuss the attacks that they were getting currently by Mr. SN. That would be Sonetta. I had empathy, but the interesting thing is that after being abused myself by this individual, there were some persons that seem to think that you have to believe in X, that you have to. There's no way, there's nowhere where that's some sort of rule in this. There's no rule by any psychotherapist, any counselor that that understands counseling and is professional that will tell you that it's not possible for the person that is claiming to be the victim to actually be the perpetrator. That's something everyone needs to understand here and examine clearly. Examine it clearly. Now, let me drop the link for this one and go in a little bit more on that. And why would a person need to use their victimization as a child as an excuse later on in life to assault other people? And every time they assault other people, the people that they're assaulting say, "Hey, I'm being assaulted." And they're saying, "I'm a victim," hiding under the cloak of being a victim. You see? So they can never be wrong. That individual can never be wrong. According to some people, they're going to side with that person no matter what, even while that person is victimizing another person. Why? Because in their mind, that individual is a victim. They never consider the fact that their actual behavior might present another possibility. They never do. I mean, certain individuals just haven't been giving myself that kind of credit, you know? In fact, after being abused for months, I changed my mind. The empathy that I had for this individual in X, it dissolved, it disappeared. It disappeared because of that person's actions in abusing me and others. I thought to myself, damn, what is this? How a victim of something acts? I mean, you would think a victim would understand how they're harming somebody else, but not in this case. It didn't seem like that. So after a while, some information was put into the public, and watching this person's behavior, I began to think, how do I know this person's telling the truth? Right? I Before, in the beginning, I did what I would normally do and jump to rescue the person, to defend them. But then later, I realized, wait a second, this person doesn't seem to have empathy for other people because they're doing something just as heinous, right? So I began to question it. How do I know? I haven't seen any paperwork. In my mind, in my own defense, if I had a family member that had to come out and defend me, why would they be hiding their face? Why wouldn't they just come out and say, "Hey, leave me alone. Leave my little girl alone. Leave my sister alone"? Why don't they put their actual life on the line to protect this person? I mean, isn't that what I did? I mean, don't you think it's really odd that I did more to defend NX than their own family member publicly? Don't you think that's a little odd? I mean, how many weeks was I defending NX on different platforms, including my own platform? And to just think that one little recording somehow, unidentified and anonymous, I mean, as far as the factual evidence, as far as the actual evidence is concerned, you could believe what you want. But don't you think that's a little odd? I mean, to me, it seemed a little odd. I got to tell you, I still haven't gotten past that part. But why? Then I thought about the motive. Why it's a necessity to keep driving home that point, because if it turns out that people don't have to see that individual as a victim anymore, then everything else they've been doing is totally wrong. It becomes obvious then. Then they don't feel so bad because, wait a second, this person is not a victim. That's what they begin to think, you know? And I see why a person would use it, because it actually does lower people's defenses, because nobody wants to feel like they're denying a victim. It's like the perfect plot. It really is. It's the perfect weapon. But again, as we've already read, some perpetrators present themselves as victims. That's what they do. They can never be anything else in certain people's eyes. So that gives them carte blanche to do whatever they want to do and get away with it and have no thought about it. You know, at the same time, it dehumanizes the person they're actually committing the violence towards. Which would be me. It dehumanizes me. But let me go into this real quick and call this up. Let me see here. Is it Is it this one? Yep. Here we go. That's gold. All right. Let me put this up on here. Boom. I mean, this, and I'm going to put this in the chat too. Okay. Now let me see here. Open it up. You could call the hotline too if you want. Guidelines for working with perpetrators of domestic abuse. Keep in mind, domestic abuse is not just sexual. This fact sheet is for frontline workers who may encounter domestic abuse perpetrators in the course of their work. The guidance covers interacting with men and women who have used violence, abuse, and controlling behaviors in the intimate relationships, as well as those who identify as LGBT. So anybody that's LGBT should be able to understand this too. These are guidelines for them. This will help you understand it, right? And it says very clearly here, while all allegations of abuse should be treated seriously, we must be aware that perpetrators might present themselves as victims. Let me go up a little second here and just make sure I'm reading. As a matter of fact, let me make sure I'm reading this. Right. Now check this out. There are two important principles which should inform your work. Safety first. Your primary aim of work with the perpetrators should always be to increase the safety and well-being of the survivors and their children. You should recognize the need for behavior change, but your priority should always be to help reduce harm. Do no harm. People giving advice and counseling, you should be cautious about it, because you don't want to do harm to the person that you have seen be victimized. Now, everybody saw me be victimized. It's not something I'm just saying. The proof is everywhere on the internet. It's been documented. You don't have to believe me. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just asking you to acknowledge it. Just acknowledge it, that it is what it is. Yes, what you saw is that, right? That way you don't get anybody crying wolf, or you don't get anybody hiding in a veil, claiming to be a victim while going out and assaulting others. See, it's factual. I've been victimized. I've been assaulted. Damn, do we even have to review these things? I hate even looking at the images. I hate even reading the words. We've done it so many times, and somehow it hasn't convinced people. Now, yesterday, I got a phone call. I'm not going to say who it's from, but I got a phone call. And just lovely me, this is going to really interest you. The individual asked me about Kevin Williams, or what the hell is his name? Kevin Wesley. I'm sorry. I mean, I keep telling people I don't know him. I didn't know his story or anything. I only heard bits and pieces, but his name is Kevin Wesley. Excuse me. Kevin Wesley came on my show, on my platform, and actually spoke. But I got a call yesterday, or 2 days ago. I'm sorry. It was 2 days ago. And the person asked me, basically, they were saying it was a bad look for me to have Kevin Wesley on my program. Kevin Wesley is another person NX has been assaulting over the internet, making public claims about. Yeah, in the same fashion as me. Now, I told this person, I don't know how it could be a bad look. I reminded them that when I spoke, when I was on Queen's Throne's platform, the first thing I said is that I cannot defend or condemn Kevin Wesley because I do not know enough about him. That's what I said. And I don't know why someone would not take my words seriously. I don't know why anyone would choose to uh, dismiss, you know, those words. Would choose to just put those words aside and pretend like they didn't hear them, and then start at another point in my dialogue. No, I really meant it. I cannot defend or condemn because I didn't know enough about them. And but then there was a video that was sent to me of somebody named Callie talking on it, and I listened to the video. And Kevin actually had been discussing that video before I even saw the video. So even his comments, I couldn't really connect totally with them. He was giving his side of the story, but I had not even seen the original video myself. I hadn't. And I saw it. And I got to tell you, I almost got nothing from the video. I could see a person that looks like they're upset a little. They look like they're upset. They weren't crying. They didn't seem like they were, they just seemed like they didn't like Kevin. They were angry, but the substance of the video, I got to be honest with you. When just listening carefully to it and going over it, I didn't hear any crime being committed. And it makes me wonder, where is the crime? If people are going public saying certain things, there must be some kind of evidence of a crime, right? No. There's just a person saying something, talking about fruit, talking about mushrooms inside of a private party that they're already attending. And they're they're saying, oh, there was men in the other room and they could hear moaning sounds. Okay, you hear moaning sounds. Somebody's offering you some fruit, or i.e. some mushrooms, whichever one it is, in a party that you're attending where other people are doing these things, right? Okay. Me, myself, I had to think about it. And I thought, okay, is there a crime here? Is there a report here? Is there a crime? Are people willing participants? Is there something wrong with saying, no, I don't want this? No, there's nothing wrong with saying, no, I don't want to partake. That's something you got to be able to do as a person, as an adult. You have to be able to say no. But is there a crime? I didn't hear it in the video. I didn't hear the crime. But still, people are saying that it's a bad look for me. But if what's going on is freedom of choice, how the hell is it a bad look for me? I'm not in the room myself. I don't go to parties like that. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I don't go to these parties. So I'm still trying to figure it out. But wait, y'all, be patient with me because it gets deeper. So Kevin Wesley comes on my platform. And the first thing I tell people is, listen, I already know some people are going to come out and be like, you let Kevin Wesley on your platform. Okay. Well, I'm going to say it again. I'm telling you, I cannot defend or condemn, because even at that time, I hadn't seen this Cali video. But even if I did, I would be like, what the fuck? What is this? Where is the crime? I don't hear a crime. I don't hear a person saying explicit words clearly even. I hear a person trying to use codes. What the fuck is codes, yo? Just come out and say what you want to say. Just come out and say it. I mean, don't make it complicated for people. Say what you want to say. That's what I do. I say what I want to say. I don't insinuate nothing. Fuck insinuating. I don't insinuate nothing. But Kevin Wesley came on the platform, and I don't assume anything either. Kevin Wesley came on the platform and he said the person was a co-worker. I believe that's what he said, or a business partner. And because of some other issues with money, they fell out, and this person essentially used that as a means to try to, harm their, defame them essentially publicly. That's what he says. You have to decide on your own what you believe. But again, where is the crime? See, a lot of people are hosting persons that commit crimes right in your face or commit harmful things right in your face. Sarnetta commits harmful things. Sarnetta was on NX's platform cursing a 3-year-old child, cursing a mother. How can you be a defender of women and children when you allow someone on your platform to do the opposite, to assault women and children? How can that be? So I just started thinking like, regardless of what you think about Kevin Wesley, if you don't have a crime, why are you producing this material to the public as if you know something? Why are you doing it? I just wanted to put that out there. So I explained all these things to the person, and didn't really go that right. But then they said, okay, they're going to call another person now. And now the topic changed. They called another person. I mean, all the time I'm putting my clothes on, getting ready for work. I'm entertaining other people. I'm entertaining other people's feelings. Again, I'm being asked to not think about my own fucking feelings. Kevin Wesley came on my program to illustrate that someone is doing a similar acts to him, and it's the same person. So you see where this is going? You see where this is going, right? Even though it's quite obvious, the same things, same or similar things, images, claims about his sexuality. I don't know Kevin Wesley from Apple Scrapple. I never met him before. I'm in a whole different fucking country. Yeah, I'm in a whole different country. So I'm not supposed to have a person that says he identifies with what I've been going through. I'm not supposed to, and the evidence is there, clear as day. I'm not supposed to have that person on my platform. Interesting. I had to take a note of that. Because, well, any case, let me get on with the story. Here's where it connects. The individual that I was talking to put another person on a 3-way. And that person had a problem with me saying, I don't believe in X. That was their problem. All the other things, all the other stuff that's going on, and I'm not supposed to say what I feel while I'm being attacked. So 6 months of being attacked, 6 months of being attacked. I started off believing the person, defended the person on my platform, their platform, other people's platforms. And after the attacks, I don't have a right to my feelings and I don't have a right to speak. So I'm supposed to be silent? That's what the option is? No, 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 no. Because here's the thing. If we go back, right? If we go back to this one. Oh, let me see this. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. It's my alarm going off. If we go back to this, respect phone line, you could call in if you want to. It's a resource out of the EU. While all allegations of abuse should be treated seriously, which I did, we must be aware that perpetrators might present as victims. Some because they genuinely see themselves as victims, and some because by presenting as victims, they hope to maintain power and control. Can we talk? Why are they allowed to say this over the, on their platform, over the internet, and we ain't allowed to think it out loud? We're not allowed to speak about it. So you trying to tell me that all the other things, right, are there, but the one thing you can't do is this one. You can't say you're not aware that some people lie about being victims. And you're also not allowed to say some people use it to maintain power over the people they are abusing. I mean, what do you think? I'm not supposed to make that revelation myself? That I'm not supposed to put two and two together myself, right? While I'm being assaulted, I'm not supposed to do that. The person tried to tell me that that's a problem. I'm not supposed to do that. I'm not supposed to say that out loud. But this person could call me a bitch, a nigger. They can have people on their platforms dissing 3-year-old children, dissing people's mothers. And guess what? The very person that was telling me this went on the other person's platform themselves that allowed a person to verbally abuse a 3-year-old child over the internet. Does that make any sense? See, this is leading up to the next stream, double standard, right? Does that make any sense though? I mean, to me, it makes zero sense at all. I don't have any paperwork. I can't defend. I can't condemn Kevin Wesley without no type of actual real evidence. I'm sorry. I can't do that, or paperwork. But then again, how do I really know anything without any paperwork? And then on top of it, there's all this factual information about me being abused right out there in their face. You know what the person told me? The person told me, if I wasn't gay, why do I care so much? What does that sound like to y'all? This is in a private phone conversation. What does that say to y'all? Do you understand this logic? If I'm not, this is how the type of shit that's going on. If I'm not gay, why do I care so much? That's interesting. That's an interesting question. If you're not gay, why do you care so much? That's as deep as they could get to. I mean, why don't you care? That would be my question. Like, why don't you care that a person is actually assaulting another person? Why don't they understand that that's assault? They don't get that? I don't get it. I don't really get it. Why can't they figure that part out? And why can't they take the next step and say, yo, that's totally wrong because you only started saying this when this person said, hey, why did you let a person on your platform to attack a 3-year-old child and somebody's mother? I mean, and this is what's coming out of it. It's actually defamation. Personally, I don't give a fuck. Personally, I'm like, what is this? But damn, you have a YouTube platform. This individual is talking to thousands of people, making a claim about another individual with a platform. You think that's right? That's what you think YouTube is supposed to be used for? I mean, it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. And all under the guise of protecting victims. That's what this phone call was about, protecting victims. I don't know. It sounds very backwards to me. Let me get to the next point. Oh, and let me drop this in there just in case. I think I dropped it already. I'm sorry. I dropped this. Right. Now, cyber stalking. Stalking or harassment can take place on the internet and via other technologies. This is sometimes known as cyber stalking. This can include the use of social networking sites, email, chat rooms, and other forms facilitating technology. The internet can be used for a range of purposes. For example, to locate personal information about a victim, to communicate with the victim as a means of surveillance of the victim, identity theft, such as subscribing the victim to services, purchasing goods and services in their name, damaging the reputation of the victim, That's cyber stalking. Electronic electronic sabotage, such as spamming and sending viruses. Y'all, just for the record, I mean, I didn't say anything before, but how many? Just out of nowhere, how many cyber attacks do you think I've had? How many do you think I've had? Just in the same period of time. I mean, do you think I haven't had those? People that know me know. People I trust know because I tell them. I don't tell people I don't trust. Spamming, sending viruses, accessing spyware, malware, tricking other internet. Hold on, check this out. Tricking other internet users into harassing and threatening a victim. I don't know why the M isn't there. I must have missed that. Tricking other internet users into harassing. You see? Tricking other people. Through what? How are they tricking them? Maybe silence, whispering campaign. Whispering campaign is when you don't go out front one-on-one to the person's face and dialogue with them so everyone can hear your dialogue with them. No, it's done behind their back, telling stories that no one can, really prove anything about. Convincing people that the other individual is a problem so that they go out claiming victim. These kind of things. You see? So I've been getting a whole lot of that shit. And whatever, keep going with it. It's a part of life, but those things really go on. Tricking other internet users into harassing or threatening. I mean, by the way, Sonetta does this. So NX brought a person on the platform that basically does it too. Because when they put your face out there, Why do you think they're putting your face? Why is it so necessary to put a picture of you? Why is that so necessary? Right? You see what I'm saying? They want to encourage, try to find other people, try to let people know, hey, go after this person. That's what it's about. They're targeting you. That's what they're doing. They're literally targeting, telling lies, trying to gain support from other people. And by the way, you see signs of it on the internet. I mean, it's in full blast. But I see signs of it, and I have been seeing signs for a minute. But you know, I guess they will continue to come. Now check this out. I'm gonna put this in the chat also. People can review it when they have time. And if it's something wrong, you can always describe why it's wrong. You know, anybody can. All right, check this out. Crimes of domestic violence, dating violence, and stalking can also constitute sexual harassment when motivated by a person's sex. Now, how many times have you heard the identity, sex identity, or like men don't do this, men, you know, this kind of thing? I mean, we already heard somebody mention femcell. I think that was Just Lovely Me. But don't you think it's ironic that a man that defended another woman for for months, I mean for weeks at least, you know, several times, I mean for a long time, at least a month, I was defending an ex. Uh don't you think it's odd that she says she's a defender of women and children, right? I'm not a woman. So I'm also not gay. That's something the other person is. We're talking about a professed gay woman, self-professed lesbian woman or bisexual woman. I don't know, but she claims to be a woman, and sex seems to always be coming up in the picture. You see, now if you wanted to harm a heterosexual man or incense him, right? You would call him gay. That's what you would do. But the thing about it is that when I thought about all these other people, like Sonetta, she never called Sonetta gay. And I thought that was really curious, you know. If you spend time making statements like black men don't care about women, isn't that identifying their sex? So, yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, and you have every right to speak, Marquise. You have every right to speak. And I just want people to think about this a little bit. These crimes, no matter the motivation behind them, are a violation. It's a violation of you know, they're just a damn. What did they say? It's a violation. I think this is crime. Let me go here. They're talking about crime, so it's a violation of a crime. That's considered a crime. If you identify someone, if you're targeting someone because of their sex, that means male or female. That's a crime, y'all. And it can be considered a sexual crime. That means you could be a sexual perpetrator. That's what that means. Let me drop it in the chat because I ain't making it up. I mean, yo, call it what it is. Call it what it is. And the people that do this, hey, you know, let them live with that since they want to participate in it. You know, that's what it is, just like everybody else. When you do it, you need to be called that. I don't think some of these people are aware of that. They need to be thinking a little bit clearly about the trail that they are leaving on the internet, because it's their reputation too. You see, everybody's reputation is on the line, not just the person that's being defamed, not just the person that's being denied their fucking right to identity, but yours also, the perpetrator. I'm gonna read it again. I'm gonna put this in the chat. I'm gonna read it again, just so everybody is really clear about this. Crimes of domestic violence or dating violence, and a whole nother type, stalking, can also constitute sexual harassment when motivated by a person's sex. Do you understand? If you're targeting me because of my sex, you could be deemed a sex offender. Do you understand that? I mean, tell me if I'm reading it right. Tell me if I'm reading it right. By the way, let me just go over here and let me just put this up here real quick. I'm gonna pull this up for y'all, just so you know who says that. I didn't write it. That is Benedict College. The topic is, let's see it right here. The topic is this. I mean, it makes perfect sense though. God damn. But here's the topic. Hold on. Let me see here. Is it this one? Right. What constitutes sexual harassment, sexual assault, dating, and domestic violence and stalking? I mean, so just so you don't think I'm making it up, I'm not creating my own definition. I'm not making up anything. I'm simply acknowledging what's there. Look at this. Examples of sexual harassment. Some examples of sexual harassment include, let me make this a little larger. Hopefully everybody can see it. Pressure for a dating, romantic, or intimate relationship. Unwelcome touching, kissing, hugging, or massaging. Pressure for sexual activity. Unnecessary references to parts of the body. Sexual innuendo or sexual humor. Obscene gestures. Sexual graffiti, pictures, or posters. Sexually explicit profanity. How many NeoX NX is on video talking about people choking their chickens? I mean, she got a 1-minute rant where she make like 20 damn near sexual references. Like, I'm talking about explicit references, explicit ones. Literally. Asking about or telling about sexual fantasies, email and internet use to violate the policy. There we go. So you'd be violating policies. Sexual violence assault as defined below. Right. I mean, there's something really, really odd going on that people need to examine. People need to examine it. Stalking. Stalking is recklessly engaging in a course of conduct targeted at a specific person, which would cause a reasonable person in the circumstance of the targeted person to fear for such person's safety or the safety of a member of such person's immediate family, and the targeted person is actually placed in fear. Engaging in a course engaging in a course of conduct targeting at a specific person with the knowledge that the course of conduct will place the targeted person in fear for such person's safety or the safety of a member of such person's immediate family, or after being served with the otherwise provided notice of any protected order that prohibits contact and targeted person recklessly engaging in at least one act list in subsection F1 that violates the provisions of the order and would cause the reasonable person to fear or such person's safety or the safety of a member of such person's immediate family, and targeted person is actually placed in fear. As used in the definition of stalking, course of conduct means two or more acts over a period of time. However, short, which evidence and continuity of continuity, of purpose. A course of conduct shall not include constitutionally protected activity nor conduct that was necessary to accomplish a legitimate purpose independent of making contact with the target person. A course of conduct shall include, but not limited to, any of the following acts, a combination thereof: threatening the safety of the targeted person or a member of such person's immediate family, following, approaching, or confronting the targeted person or a member of a person's immediate family, appearing in close proximity or entering the targeted person's residence, place of employment, school, or other place as such person can be found, or residence, place of employment, or school of a member or such person's immediate family. Causing damage, Sodnetter made a sexual reference to a 3-year-old child. That is the person that NX allowed on her platform. She is very well aware of that statement by Sonnetter. Causing injury. Oh, placing an object or targeted person's property or property of a member of such immediate family, either directly or through a third person. Causing injury to the targeted person's pet or belongings to the member of such immediate family. An act of communication. Communication means to impart a message by any method of transmission, including but not limited to telephoning, personally delivering, sending, or having delivered any information or material by written or printed note or letter, package, mail, courier service, or electronic transmission, including electronic transmissions generated or communicated via a computer. You need a computer to be on YouTube. I mean, yo, I think people need to, think about the behavior that they're engaged in. Because although you might think that these definitions are narrow, no, actually, they can be even wider than this. They can be even wider. Cyber stalking, harassment, stalking or harassment can take place on the internet and via other technologies. This is sometimes known as cyber stalking. This can include the use of social networking sites, email chat rooms. We read this before, but it's good to go over it, and other forms facilitated by technology. The internet can be used for a range of purposes. For example, to locate personal information about a victim, to communicate with a victim, as a means of surveillance of a victim. Identity theft, such as subscribing the victim to services, purchasing goods and services in their name, damaging the reputation. See, this is a whole nother thing here. See, you see this? You only need one of these to be a cyber stalker. That's a fucking crime. Cyber stalking is a crime. Electronic sabotage, such as spamming and sending viruses. All right, y'all. See, people. Oh, wow, this is so funny. This is so funny. Let's check this out for a second. Let me go somewhere. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna open something up for y'all so y'all can take a look here. 2 seconds. I'm gonna open up a message I sent somebody the other day. It's a bunch of images. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry. Just want to make sure I get the right images up. Here we go. Oops, where they at? Right here. There we go. Boom, it's coming. All right, let me go up. Just so people don't think I'm like making this up or something. Let me go back here. Boom. Okay. Here we go. One. One. Two. I mean, I have witnesses. I got witnesses, so they've been coming in. This was sent to me. No, this was sent. Yeah, this was sent to me, and someone asked me a question. All right, I'm gonna show it. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So stop screen, share screen. Now, you guys know, right? There's a video that an ex was playing, you know, and showing some of my work, right? Showing some of the things that I've been doing, right? And including the organization that I co-founded over here to simply help combat anti-black racism, which, by the way, some people take for granted because maybe you think as you say, you don't have it that bad or whatever. I don't know was that bad or not. People, anybody in the land of George Floyd. I mean, I don't get how they could think something like that, but okay. But to each his own. Now let me see something here. Can y'all see that? Okay. Let me I put the wrong one up. Let me put it here then. Here it is, screen. And then all of a sudden, after it's there, I mean, there's something called time, See, you can track time on a computer. You can track the time that the video was released, and you can track the time that the cyber shit starts happening. Just so people are aware. I mean, just so folks know, you can do that. That's why it's probably a very dumb thing to do, but hey, some people do it. This was sent to me. This was going on for over like 48 hours. 48 hours. Here where it says Afro Empowerment Center. These are messages coming through. This is this is somebody doing cyberbullying. That's what that is. There you see it. I mean, somebody got some kind of interest, you know. I mean, I'm just saying, documenting stuff is easier for multiple people to sue one person than it is for one person to. Especially, hey, when the person is out there really celebrating what they're doing on their own platform. So I'm supposed to have feelings. I'm supposed to have feelings. I wonder the next thing is going to be like, hey, but if the cyber bully was a victim of sexual assault when they were a child, you're supposed to think about their feelings too. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You don't have to consider the feelings of anyone that is committing assault towards you. There's no place in any psychology book where they're suggesting that. No place. You got it wrong. Even if you were, that's no excuse for assaulting other people. That's no excuse. And the people you assault don't have to think about your goddamn fucking feelings at all. At all. They don't have to think about what the consequences of this can be regarding you. They don't have to think about that. That's not their job. Their job is to consider their feelings. The victim is supposed to think about their feelings. Let me drop the link, the panel. Let me drop the link to the panel here. Now, anybody that knows me knows that I don't make excuses for people. I don't like laziness. If you're rolling with me, I keep a high standard for my colleagues. You see what I'm saying? I don't like laziness around me. And I also don't like sick behavior. I don't like foul behavior, people being foul. I don't like people with a foul mouth. I don't like people that just generally operate like they have no goddamn respect for anybody. Are you out of your mind? You can't be around me like that. Shaka, what's up, bro?
Hey, Bennett, how you doing, brother?
I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro. I'm a little late on the second one, the second joint, which is called Double Standard. But I mean, shit, I might as well take it up on this live, right? Pretty much, and go over my points for that. How you doing, brother? As a
Oh,
I mean, now I know you're a strong brother.
hmm
I know you're a very ethical brother. You have really strong principles, and but you know, I would have to say what I witnessed, because it didn't just happen to me. You know, I would have to say that you've been targeted for assault. And even though, I mean, it took me a second myself to like really think about this because I thought it was so absurd. Because since I am tough myself, I mean, I can be tough. I'm a human being, but I can be tough. Like, I put it to you this way. Um, I've dealt with adversity all my life. So I'm not some punk ass motherfucker that can't handle adversity, but it still doesn't mean I'm not a victim. You see, how do you feel, bro? I mean, do you feel like your child had been assaulted? Do you feel like your mother had been assaulted? Do you feel like you've been assaulted?
well, they've been insulted, publicly several times, and everybody can hear it. It's in your video, fake advocacy. So it is what it is.
Hmm. Um, has anybody come and suggested to you that you can't speak your mind about the person that's assaulting you if you really feel and believe something?
Well, there's one sister. She we spoke with her because she supports that lady X. But she didn't really say it like that. But I'm not tripping. See, the thing is that I listen to what people have to say. And at the end of the day, people make their own decision. You know what I'm saying? So um, the lady, like you stated, we defended her. She used to be on our panels. We used to be on her panel. One day, she did something, that we didn't appreciate. So our parted ways. And I
Mm-hmm.
said it respectfully. And for 6 months, she kept disrespecting us. So, I actually went back recently. On that live stream, and I was shocked to hear that when Sanetta insulted my mother and my daughter, she told him, "You have every right." You know what I'm saying? So it's there for the record. That was her own panel, and that's it. And then I keep it
She
pushing.
said what? When Sonetta was on her panel and assault and talked about your 3-year-old child, your mother, and your lady, she said what?
She told him, "You have every right." She said that Sanetta has every right, yeah, and we can hear her on tape saying that. Right after he said, "F him, his mother, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies," she replied, "You have every right."
Mm, mm. She replied, "You had every right."
So
Every.
anybody defending her, you know what I'm saying? I'll wait and see the day when, somebody's gonna say F their mother and their children, and then and then the one that they're defending is gonna say that, the person has every right to say that.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. The person has, and how to, and when the person said they have every right to say that, I mean, do you feel like that person is a victim? Like, are you thinking about them being a victim at that time? Or, I mean, do you think that's wise that you be like, yeah, he insulted my daughter, my mother, my lady, but I should feel sorry for the person that allowed him to do that, that gave him space, a safe space to attack other people. I should feel sorry for them. Did that ever come into your mind?
No.
Okay. it's it's kind of hard to. It's really hard to. It's like trying to force something that is unnatural to a person. You want to defend yourself, you need to defend yourself, but then somebody suggests, hey, you need to feel sorry for that person because that person's been a victim. But here's the thing, Shaka. The person that is saying to you and said to me, I need to think about that. I need to, and they're telling me that person is a victim. You're never supposed to say you don't believe them. The person is telling me that doesn't even fucking know if it's true themselves. But they know me being assaulted is actually true. It's out there. It's on their. They know
Tell me,
that. Does that make any goddamn sense?
it's weird, brother. But I don't, I don't trip on. Some people they've been saying strange things, but they're not saying it publicly, and I think it's because they know that publicly would not sound right at all. So
Mm, mm, yeah. Um. This is one of the lot. This is one of the streams. We bent over, abandoned a whole movement. What? Who? What movement? What movement? What movement did I abandon? Um, okay. Then we have Then we
you
have
know,
Neo X drops more receipts on boyfriends forever, LGBT flag, big dummy dunce. Then we have V bent over, abandon whole movement. Right. Then you got my face there with so what is this? A chili pepper? What is that supposed to mean? And then another.
brother. I think it's better. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think it's better for you to share fake advocacy, your video, your live stream. You know, because we don't need to talk about this lady too much. Fake advocacy or the short one, the one that I uploaded. Which is half an hour. Because this person right there can do her thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that person is on tape. What I'm saying? Telling the guy who insulted a mother and a 3-year-old girl, you have every right. So people want to call it advocacy, then more power to them.
Yeah, I think that's a setup. That's a weird. I don't get. I don't understand that one. That was like, wow, okay, damn. It's like that. Like, shit. You want to put you gonna put your word out there? That's your word. Damn. Okay. Okay. Damn. That's over
You
the
have
net.
every right.
Yeah, that's over the net. That's over the net. Like my word over the net. Are you out of your mind? Like that? Is that your word? Oh my god. I don't get it, brother. I really don't get it. But like you said, let's get into the video now and see if we can get over a few things. By the way, I'm just going to call it right here. Now we can be open to talk about also what's called a double standard. I mean, my next stream it's called. Let me look at this real quick one more time. I'm sorry. The next stream is called, but I'm not going to end that stream. I'm just going to continue. I'm not going to go to that stream. I'm going to continue on this one just so everybody can follow. But the next topic we're going to get into is is this one right here. Oops. It's double standards means you're not for justice. When you have a double standard, it means you're not actually for justice. See, it means you're only for justice for some folks, but not for justice for everybody. That means you're not actually for justice. It doesn't work that way, you see, because then you undermine the entire thing when the rules aren't the same for everybody. When you don't practice the same standard, people look at you and say, aha, they say that they're out to defend this, this, and this, but they don't practice the same standard with everybody. So how could they be? They're frauds. And then no one takes them seriously. And then all the work you did, poof, down the drain. Then the person who's been, you know, you've been claiming is out there doing all of this stuff, they get off the hook because you let them off because you don't practice the same standard. And they point that out. Ta-da! You gave them a window out. Now let me play this video here. Let's see here. I'm gonna turn the quality up a little bit. Sorry about that. Here we go. Um, yeah, let me see here. Let me go back. I think it starts right around here, right? something. Boom, 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 boom. Let me put up the let me put up the
You know, you
boom.
don't. Maybe let's hear from people. Like this one, you can share the link and let's hear from people. You know, because we already did that stream. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not saying don't play it, but I think maybe it's good to hear, the people in the chat. People to get on the panel. But do your thing.
No, no, no. Let's do that. I mean, people can hop up. Go ahead and hop up. Anybody want to hop up? Just go ahead and hop up. I put the stream down there. But let me see here, and let me also put the video here. Fake advocacy. By the way, um, here's the thing. I just wanted to let everybody know the person that called me on the phone 2 days ago, um, and then called the second person on the phone 2 days ago. Um, the first person, I ended the call by saying, it was suggested to me. The second person that was on the phone said that because they didn't like my response, because my response was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Basically, like, this is bullshit. I'm a victim, and they're sitting there telling me that no, I have to think about this other person. I don't have any goddamn evidence of anything. There's no actual proof. There's no proof. There's only words. Um, this person said, "You know what? I think you don't mind if I'm going to make a stream about it, do you? And say my side, give my opinion about this conversation with you." Of course, they weren't asking me. They were just telling me they were going to do it. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I said? I said, "Okay, do that." And then I'm going to make another stream, describing what I think about your stream. And then I said, "No, no, no, but wait. Why don't you just release the phone recording to the public so everybody can hear the conversation for themselves and make up their own mind?" And the first person, I said that to the second person, and the first person said they were offended, that they would never do that. But here's the thing. You're asking me to think about the feelings of a person that records conversations and puts them on the internet. Don't you see the hypocrisy there? Isn't there some sort of strange thing? Are people not thinking? Are people not thinking, bro? NS literally records conversations and puts them on the net. Why would I assume anyone defending her and asking me to consider her feelings would not be doing the same? Duh. I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I mean, that's really what's going on. That's really what's happening, man. That's really what's happening. And I just want to let folks know, because shit like that has to end. Stuff like that has to end. I mean, I'm not part of some campaign where I just get together with a bunch of people and just try to be like a mob and just think that, I can just go out and get anybody. No, I had an issue with Sonetta because his platform is serious. He had convicted rapists of minors on his panel. Yes, his boy, his main man, the person he described as his man on NS's platform, is in prison right now, serving at least 7 years for assaulting in the sexual type a 14-year-old also. I mean, what is going on, dog? I really don't get it. I really don't get it. I really don't get it. I'm not going out there to attack people that I don't know shit about, that I don't have evidence about. I'm not looking to make somebody guilty. I'm just out here looking at what the fucking facts say, what the real shit says. I don't have to make somebody guilty. I don't have to start looking and saying, "Oh, you know what? Let me go find something on somebody." Don't y'all know that's stalking? That's so weird. That's so weird, y'all. Stalking is not advocacy work. folks better clean their shit up, man. Like, folks better clean their shit up for real. Yo, they're way out. They're way out. And guess what? A person like Sarnetta gonna call you out for it because he need an outroad. See, he's gonna say, see these mother. I mean, he's gonna use the foul language. So add the foul language in there because he says things like bitch ass nigga and bitches and nigga and all. So he's probably gonna use those words to describe the people that are giving him a window out. Ironically enough. And guess what? Damn, that's kind of foul. That's kind of foul. That's my point. Now, Shaka, into the double
Yes, sir.
standard, into the double standard part, right? Now, some about a few months ago, right? I don't know how many months ago. Mr. Inky was out there, and we were all together in it. We were. It was me, Uncle Suge, not me first. I'm not saying me first, but just to get the facts out there, who it was. Yourself, me, Uncle Suge, Queen's Throne, and Inky. And we were really going hard in the direction Sa Netta's platform. We were going hard on him. And then somehow some really strange things started going on. Inky, Sa Netta, as he does, keep this in mind, although as despicable as it is to have convicted rapists on your panel and people that are alleged scammers, is wicked as that is, as fucked up as that is, while claiming to be about some black shit and community, as foul as that is, Inky was caught communicating with Sa Netta. He broke the line. Sa Netta put those images, those messages out in the public and said, see y'all? He was having a good old time with that too. I mean, he played a little foul ball with him because it appears as if he deleted some messages so you wouldn't see the whole conversation. You would only see what he called. He pointed out and he was like, see, Inky's talking about who the French nigga. That's what he said. We have that video too. He was so happy. He was so happy because he could use that to say, see, they fake. They're not really what they about, right?
Yeah, and I think it was on my last stream just earlier today.
He was where?
Just earlier today, he was on my stream.
Inky was on your stream?
Yeah, just before I hopped in, okay. I was live, and he hopped in.
Okay. Well, in
any case, he didn't get to speak, but he was there. We could see him on the panel.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, I actually watch Inky sometime. I give him credit for speaking facts about Sa Netta. And I spoke a lot about that. Like I could see, I was disappointed, but I could see like, okay, at the end of the day, whatever. But you pointed something out to him. You said that Queen's Throne, what did she say about? She said something like, and you warned Inky. You were like, Inky, please don't go back. Because Inky, once the text messages came out, Inky said something like, shit, I'll go back to Sa Netta's panel. Shit, I could sell some books. I could reach the people. I'm paraphrasing, but it was reach the people pretty much, right? And you warned Inky. What was your warning?
Well, I was telling him he doesn't need to go there. I was telling him if he wants, he can get Sa Netta on his panel. But that it's best for him not to go, And ultimately, he didn't go anyway. He even apologized, on Queen's Throne panel, to everybody that may feel some type of way about him, ready to go, on Frankie's panel.
Yeah. Right. And but you warned him though. You made a warning.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call it warning, but
not a warning, but you pleaded with him about something.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. I was really telling him, he shouldn't go, don't go. You know what I'm saying? I really insisted.
Right, because obviously Sa Netta's been assaulting Queen's Throne, and so to go back on the platform of the person that's been assaulting a person you're working with right now, that don't seem too bright, right? That doesn't seem like, it's kind of confusing. But when you said that, Queen Stone was a little irritated at you. That created a little tension. I mean, you haven't been back there since that. Okay. Now, I myself, I don't fuck with Sinetta. When I tell somebody I'm standing with them, that's exactly what the fuck I mean. I don't mean something else. That's not what I mean. So don't confuse me with anybody else. That's not what I mean. And I even told Queen's Throne, like, yo, I hear you, sister. Like, I understand you. Like, I'm standing with her. I don't give a fuck what people say. Period. Because that's what you got to do when you want to make progress, when you want to resolve things. You got to stand with people and stand true with them. Now, you didn't go back on Sinetta's panel, right? Wouldn't that be kind of weird if you went over there? I mean, I would think it would be kind of weird, why he assaults somebody else, but then you go back there. Doesn't that kind of stop? Doesn't that kind of add some confusion? Because it's like, wait a second, if this dude is assaulting your comrades openly, then why would you go there? Don't you think that causes issues of trust? Now, here's the thing. It seems to be like this thing about who gets called out for what, and it doesn't seem to be a standard that, the same standard for everyone. You don't cross the line. I don't cross the line, right? I mean, I haven't crossed the line. I haven't betrayed anybody, right? I haven't betrayed any trust. I mean, nobody owns anybody, but I'm just saying, but then we actually said our issue is that this individual in X actually went back on Sinetta's platform after we defended her. And that was our issue. That was the main issue that we had. We didn't understand that. We thought that was dastardly because it's like, wow, what does that prove? That proves that you validate platforms that do this. When
No,
you
actually,
give,
actually,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, actually, our issues. She allowed Sanetta to disrespect us on her platform, and like people know now, no, she did not defend me, and Sanetta, insulted my mother and my children. You know what I'm saying? And she told him you have every right. So and once again, I repeat myself, but I parted ways without calling her any names, and I kept it pushing. And then we both got disrespected for months. Go ahead, brother.
Right, right,
Shout out to the Fight Doctor who joined us in the chat and everybody else in the chat.
right. Now, how are people supposed to know what's right and what's wrong or what the correct thing is to do when everybody's not doing it? I mean, can there be a wrong way? Uh, can for example, if Kevin Wesley comes on my panel, who's not convicted of a crime, by the way, hasn't been charged of a crime either, right? Him to be on my panel, why is it that somebody would try to make it seem like that makes me look different when the very person that they're claiming I'm supposed to think about goes on a platform that hosts rapists and pedophiles? Like, don't you think that's a double standard? Like,
Yeah, it is a double standard. She went on Sanada's panel after the conviction of Polite, and then Sanada kicked her off the panel.
right. And she went back there after she hosted him on her panel just weeks, a little bit of time before, right? While he goes there and says it's his man. Okay, your man assaulted a 14-year-old girl, essentially. The same man that's been on your platform forever, the same man that you went around and already said, yeah, you heard other stories about and all of this. I mean, so how are we supposed to know what the fuck to do? How is anybody supposed to take us serious when we don't keep some kind of standard? And that's what I wanted to address. Um, you can't be out for justice if you don't have a standard that you keep yourself. Like, if you allow one person to do something and the next person not to, where's the standard? And I'm talking about the community. I'm not talking about just one person because people might be different. But isn't doesn't the community think about that? Like, shouldn't that be something everybody thinks about? Right? If this is like something that affects the community, how do we make things better when there's different standards being applied? Is it possible? I mean, do you think it's possible? I mean, Shaka, do I practice a different standard with you?
I wouldn't say so. And you know, the forever team, the people who be on V Bennett's platform, you know, on the on the panel, on the chat, people who be on my forever, you know what I'm saying, and a few other, you know, platform, you know, like you said, some names, you know, Ching Ching. I hope he's doing well. I haven't heard from him in a minute. Uncle Suge and so many other people, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, I mean, and at the end of the day, like, you know, where are the people who disagree? Like, I don't see them on the panel here. You know what I'm saying? I don't see him on my panel. You know what I'm saying? So there was a guy with him when I was live streaming earlier, and he he was first defending Sanada, saying, you know, first he was like, yes, Sanada has a lot of goons. I said, I don't care about the goons. I'm against rape and child molestation. Then I said, you know, Sanada was,
He said he got a
yeah, go
lot of
ahead.
what? He said he got a lot of what?
He said Sanada has a lot of goons. You
Oh,
know,
so that's
Sanada
like,
got a lot of goons.
you see, that's a threat. That's
Well, you know,
basically, yeah.
I told him, look, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm against rape and child molestation. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, we spoke here. I think he mentioned somehow, somewhere Malachi York came in the picture. I said, he was defending Malachi York for 10 minutes straight. And he said, show the proof. I said, all
Mm-hmm.
right. So I'll play the video. Then as the video was playing, he was like, yeah, but you know, you're listening to the white man. I said, no, I'm not listening to the white man. I'm listening to the court. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Because the court says that, you know, he was charged with child molestation, you know?
That's the same
And
thing Sonetta said in his video.
yeah, exactly. And then I told him that Sanana insulted my 3-year-old daughter and my mother. So the guy said, oh, he didn't know that. He said, okay, I'll apologize. I said, you don't need to apologize for Sanetta. You know what I'm saying? But then he wrote F Sanetta and he said he's going to support my channel, you know? So
Mm-hmm.
this is an example, you know, Sanetta knows very well. And in that video, Fake Advocacy, that live stream of yours, we hear Sanetta how mad he is. He wants to tell his story, his version. He's saying, oh, he's not exposing me. The videos are on my channel or whatever. Yeah, he was greatly exposed. And it's not like, you know, exposing is not a term that I use for people, but
Mm-hmm.
this is just him. This
Mm-hmm.
is just this like we didn't make anything up. You know what I'm saying? So
No.
Frankie knows very well that when people listen to us, we come with receipts, we come with the facts, we come with the proof, we come with the evidence. You know, so rather than allowing people to see for themselves the evidence presented, he rather just say, "Oh, these persons, they are this, they are that, and all that," and start gaslighting and what is it, deflecting, talking about, "Oh, why isn't he talking about the stuff in France?" And I've been talking about it in France and other places too. But go ahead, brother.
Mm-hmm. All right. I just want to remind people of what we're talking about because some people, most of the people heard, but some people that's going to be listening and they won't. You know what I mean? They may not have heard this. You know what I'm saying? And it's good to have all the information in one place in one video. I mean that's but so I just want to play a little bit of this just so people can hear it,
30350.
just to remind people what we're talking about.
So you can see that the stream that started.
Yeah. Now before this stream you're about to hear, none of these things were being said about us. Before this stream right here, people were so happy to have us defending in X. She was loving it. She was embracing it. You know, I mean, there was no problem, no innuendo, no no pictures up, no profanity hurled at us. no lies hurled at us, no you know, mislabeling of identity, none of that. But this is what we didn't agree with. This is that's all it was. And it's so extreme to think that we have to explain it at all, and to think that we're supposed to consider the person's feelings who allowed this, who hosted this, is, I'm sorry, it's delusional and it's sick. It's delusional and sick.
It
But here
all,
it is.
honestly, started it all. I mean, the disagreement. That's what caused me to make the live stream entitled "I'm done with that lady, no drama about it." And as a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to share a link in the chat. Hold on. So my stream was 20 minutes long. I did not call her names. I just said I'm done. So I'm going to share this in the chat. Hold on. Chat. We have Divinely Inspired. We have Love Me Fro in the place to be, and hopefully the others, Andrea Burnett as well, and the others may join us. So here, so oh yeah, okay, good. So her stream was 9 hours long. You see. Now we are at 3 hours, and here you can see that Frankie came and wrote, "I love you." You see. Now the next timestamp is 3:11:16. 3:11:16, and we're gonna hear how she defends people. There it is.
Because what I like to do is just keep people put up the information, and then the shaka doodoo nigga. See, you think he got receipts? He ain't got no receipts. You could go on my channel and find the video. The video is not taken down. I got.
Now, mind you, for the record, he started off saying the shaka doodoo N word, right? Now, I don't know, maybe I'm not hearing well, but somebody defended me when he said that. But that's just the beginning. It's just a warm up.
At 5 channels that you can go on there and get it and see it. How can he expose something that I already put up? By the nigga keep trying to play inky videos saying, "Oh, Sarnetta, he had to do something with that girl." Why does he keep playing that? Because he's trying to make y'all think that, yeah, this, even though he might say, "I ain't call him that. I didn't say that." He's saying that. The nigga not slick. He's trying to say that. He's trying to put that out there. And so when I clap back at him, when the nigga constantly calling me an agent, when he called me a pedophile, when he called me.
Now, for the record, I never called him a pedophile. So he's just lying comfortably.
A molester. When he say
I never called him a molester either.
Like
and just so people know, it's Inky that called him that. Inky has known Sarnetta for years. Sarnetta claims to have known Inky's family. Inky says to know Sarnetta, they've known each other for a long time. It's his close friend. They call him that. So just to let people know. And he knows that's what it is because the video is out there, so it's just ridiculous.
Child molesters, he's a protector.
And he had Inky on his panel. I think he called him a pedophile.
Yeah, and he had Inky on his panel after Inky called him a pedophile. I mean, what's going on there?
My daughter.
Now, he didn't bang on me. He insulted my mother live on air. He insulted my daughter. He spoke sexually about a 3-year-old girl, my daughter.
Was just calling me the other day, yesterday, talking about what is this? Watching the video. So I got to deal with that. So why should I have respect for a nigga family when he don't respect my family? And then
now he just said that I don't respect his family. How is it that I don't respect my family, his family, if I deal with what he said?
No, for the record, Sarnetta had been in our chat a minute, and he was saying all kinds of disgusting things. And I told him straight up, Sarnetta, I would never attack your family. I would never attack your mother, your sister, your kids, none of that. I don't have to because the issue is with him. You see? It's disgusting what he's doing, and it's disgusting what he's been allowed to do. And for the record, that's some punk ass shit. But you don't hear Neo X calling him gay. You don't have Neo X putting up memes of his face saying he's gay. You don't have that. You see what I mean? That's what's so funny. I mean, it seemed like all the heat goes to the people that do the right shit for the community. Don't y'all think that's really odd? I mean, I think that's really, really odd. Soft hands with the person that allows rapists and pedophiles and alleged scammers to the millionth of the dollar scamming black folk. Where's the heat? No, instead you just give this motherfucker a platform. I mean, that's very, very strange. And then other people come along and suggest that somehow we're supposed to think about that person's fucking feelings. How dare you? You must be out your goddamn mind. Like, really?
Let's continue. I saw he's coming.
And everybody think I'm wrong when I clap back at the nigga. You see, I'm not wrong for that. I don't just stand there and let niggas talk they shit. I never started with that nigga. When you look at the videos, Neil, he knew exactly everything about the mighty Hebrew. He knew about Captain.
Now, that's him lying again. I mean, these B-made dudes, they're so ridiculous. Like that punk Smash Rockwell who filed a restraining order against me. You know, I did mention that I read about rumors in the comments, so I took them as rumors years ago. Now, later on, I got the actual paperwork. You know, I forgot what it is called, but you know, where you can see the charges. You know, I think there was 6 charges that he was found guilty of. You know what I'm saying? So this dude is a professional liar, but we all know he's a sucker. Let's continue.
Tazariak, way before he came on my.
Now, when it comes to Tazariak, all I knew is that his wife was interviewed by Polite with another lady, you know, and they mentioned somebody from their camp that was being supported. You understand what I'm saying? But Sanetta himself said live on air that Tazariak sends money to a convicted rapist, right? And I didn't even have the video where the woman asked him if he was accused of molesting his wife's niece and if he sends money. You know what I'm saying? So this dude is just lying. He's a professional liar. You know, he's a weird dude.
Video way before he sat down on my channel, but he still came. There's a video that he got up on his channel right now 2 years ago, which I flagged the bitch. I flagged the punk nigga for putting it up. I got him for that one. You know,
he called me a B. You call me a punk N-word. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Check that some of the time. Tell me if I'm a bit loud, because you know. Let's continue.
But that was a 2-year-old video that he put up where we was going in on Polite and Tazariak. They was talking about all of that, but he got it on his 3 years, I think. Yeah, I think that's 3 years old, right? But he's seen all of that. But why did he come on my channel? Why did the nigga still came?
Now, for the record, videos where he was going up, the video where he and Unc Akek were going in on Mighty Hebrew. I've never seen those. He's acting like I knew them. I knew about those videos, and then I came on his panel. Now he's asking why I went on his panel. He invited me to his panel. He came when I was streaming, right? When Reggie censored me, he said he's on tape saying that Reggie censored me. He invited me on his platform, and I went on his platform. So I didn't know about that. Those are just ridiculous questions. But for those who don't know, I've played many times. He's on tape saying that the mighty Hebrew, you know what I'm saying, went to jail for molesting a child. And Onk, took it even further. But anyway, let's continue.
On my channel, he got his ass kicked by Captain Tazariak, and
Now,
then
that's another lie they try to say. Tazariak ran from me. He didn't want to debate. I asked him several times. He didn't want it. You know what I'm saying? They try to do this thing, most likely because his chick was not happy when I was teaching the medical lecture. But regardless of the reason, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Tazariak ran from me. You understand what I'm saying? So let's continue.
and he decided, yo, I'm gonna bang on Sarnetta and go at Sarnetta. That's why the nigga did that. It ain't
Okay.
had nothing to do
So
with
can we admit this part? Because I let you get it out. Can we admit this part that I made videos about you before I even knew Shaka existed? This ain't the first time that me and you fell out and I made videos. So you can clearly see that I'm on.
Oh, and thank you for that comment, V Bennett. The first time I was invited on Sanella's platform, I brought up the situation about the mighty Hebrew, and I played the clip so many times. And he said he didn't want to talk about it. All right, so I never changed. Before I got in this panel, I spoke about this molestation, this child molestation, rape. When I got in this panel, I did, and after I did as well. Let's continue.
I'm my own woman. Nobody had to put a what y'all like to say, put a gas pack on my back and make me do anything. If clearly y'all see I do what I want. That's why me and you kept falling out. Shaka has nothing to do with why me and you are beefing. Now he probably, I think the reason why you kind of went at me really hard the last time is when you found out I was over there listening. But I was trying to tell you, Chris sent me over there. You need to be mad at Chris. Chris, the one who said, I never knew this man. I never knew somebody was making videos about you.
And for the record, he was crying. Sanetta was crying about Enki's video. Sanetta invited Enki.
I'm sorry, but why does she give a fuck if Sanetta's mad at her? I don't understand that. Why would she give a shit if Sanetta's mad at her? He called her a bulldagger. Why would he give a shit that a person who has convicted rapists on their platform and sexualizes a 3-year-old child, makes sexual references to her? Why would she give a fuck what he thinks? You see, they're still trying to reserve something. I mean, I don't know what there is to preserve. What is there to preserve? You should be sorry at Chris. What the fuck? This is the most bizarre tape. This is the most bizarre meeting.
After on his panel, Enki called him a pedophile. And Sanetta still invited Enki on his panel. Why? Because Enki paid him some money. So him crying, talking about his family, and that's just ridiculous. He has no smoke for Enki because Enki has a lot of stuff on him.
I never knew. Chris sent me over there because Chris knows how I feel about sexual assault and the victims and stuff. Chris did that.
Yeah, and the nigga lying in the chat saying he never knew nothing about that. He's lying. You can see him clearly on Taharka Bay channel talking about it. And another thing, Neil X, that you said on one of your joints, I don't know which one it is, but you said, yeah, did Sarnetta pay you? Because Sarnetta do have a reputation of not paying nobody. Neil,
Yeah.
I asked you one question, Neil. Name one person that I have never paid.
Shaka Moses on record saying that you didn't pay him, Shaka Moses. So now he's like,
see that punk Sanetta. Now, indeed, we have Reggie asking that Shaka Amos dude who said that he effed other mothers and daughters before, because Shaka Amos also went against me publicly for Sanetta, and Sanetta threw him under the bus. Right? They all get their karma. You understand what I'm saying? It was the same for a lot of other people, but the list is too long. But Chris Harris is one of them, and that lady, that Neil lady, is the same thing. She capped for him, and he threw her under the bus. But Reggie's asking Chaka Amos, did you get your $1,000? $1,000? Now, Chris it's no secret. He told several people that he didn't get paid. And you remember, I made a video and I showed that he contacted me because Frankie didn't do right by him. So I let you guess what the situation was, right? And I heard not long ago, it was mentioned that eventually it's $400 that he gave Chris MVP Harris. So Shaka almost got 1,000, was supposed to get $1,000 because he said he never got it and he was supposed to get it up front. You understand what I'm saying? So let's continue. Storm is in
Shaka,
the place. It's been a minute.
Shaka,
Yes, brother. Yes.
you didn't know, and when you and the video where we found out is live on your page is from Ching Ching, and it's so funny that they're overlooking that. You know, everyone that follows us saw the progression of what we didn't know to who came on and told us these things and showed us the receipts. Then we cut all connection with Sarnetta. That's what he was mad about because Ching Ching came on your panel and started dissing him. Sarnetta got mad, called Ching Ching a nigga, nigga, nigga. Fuck you, nigga, and your mother and all this shit. Remember, you had to put them off for a second and calm them down? The whole video was public. So either they are used to publicly lying to their audience, thinking that their audience doesn't do any due diligence themselves and just is dumb and listens to anything they say. The video's on your page where you found out. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I hope Ching Ching is doing well. Indeed, Ching Ching is one of the guy who gave me so much receipts, so much clips. But Sanada is on tape when he scammed his own followers. He asked them to send him some money, some donations, so he could play a debate that took place already. So he already got paid for that debate. And he got several $100s. I forgot exactly how much, but I made a video about that. If you put, scam, if you know how to search within a channel. And then because he felt like he didn't have enough, he ended the stream. He started playing the stream. He was really playing the beginning of the debate. But I'm gonna look for it as I continue to play it. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Let's continue.
Lying, that's between you and Shaka.
Listen. That's the day of the debate, Neil. You don't get paid until you finish the debate.
I don't know. I just know in 2 separate.
Now, for the record, you can clearly hear Shaka Amo say that he was supposed to be paid up front. And he said it's the same time that happened with Jabari because there was a planned debate with Jabari that did not happen. Now, if you know about this, how it works with the payment, why would you tell the person that you pay him up front? You know what I'm saying? But it's okay. This is just a light stuff here.
Occasions, because I don't
I'm telling you, no, you can't name one person that have not gotten paid. Do you think Shaka will be going for that without getting paid from me? Not one person you can name. I'm talking about somebody for real. Shaka get paid. Everybody get paid.
I don't.
And they're finding out now. Nepal dropped all the receipts on the $6,000, all this stuff now. So you can hear this man is clearly a liar, and she's sitting up there just like oblivious to it, like dabba.
Hold on, let me put this in the chat. So in the chat, I'm sharing Sanetta scammed his audience tonight, and you have the link, and you can see him. He scammed his own audience. But let's continue.
I don't know if you did or didn't. You just asked me to name somebody. Well, you wonder where I got that from, and I heard Shaka, the man who I was looking for when I found
what you heard was with a sound bite from the bitch. You heard a sound bite from the bitch.
Actually, no, I heard it when
he's talking about me. You heard a sound bite from the B. Now, did somebody hear anybody defending me? And it's all good.
He was on your live.
Right.
He was complaining about the money.
Sound bite from the bitch, but I could call him right now and I could ask him live on the air.
No, I mean, you can call him and let him know I was looking for him, but you don't have to do all that. But you just ask me.
Have you ever not gotten paid from Sarnetta? And Shaka don't just get paid for debates. He get paid from me when he do lectures for me. Damn near everybody that come out and I fly them out, put them in a hotel. Nobody can never come to you and say he have never paid me.
Sarnetta, I'm just repeating what I heard on the internet. Now I got Chris to admit that the reason why I think that about you is because he told me that. Did you see that soundbite?
Check this out.
He did not pay Chris Harris, and Chris Harris called several people. Now later on, after I don't know how long, he shoot him off a little bit of paper. But this is a known fact. And Chris Harris was challenged to prove that he got paid. He was even offered money to prove that he got paid. But let's continue.
This out so y'all can know a little bit about the setup that I had about 2 months ago, the setup that I was working with. Now I got a more professional setup where you get paid that day. YouTube, all right, Eventbrite, ask anybody who worked with Eventbrite. Eventbrite does not pay nobody until at least a week and a half. That's when they pay you. You don't get the money from Eventbrite the same day. Anybody who knows about
You see the comment that she put on the screen? I wrote, "Let me on." He's lying. He's behind off. Let's continue.
Eventbrite and held events. That's why Chris probably tell you no.
And listen to how detailed Sanetta's comments are about this, because recently, this was like 6 months ago, this video that you're watching. Well, just recently in the last month, obviously there's somebody else, Napa, who comes out and says and describes a whole nother account about that event where there's $6,000 and it got into her account, right? And the questions are you going to give it back? She's talking to somebody talking about, oh, well, if I'm going to give it back, they have to do this, this, and this. The money was taken. How do you take money if you're paying people? So he's very manipulative, actually. And but the whole point is, you already knew he was manipulative. She already knew that this guy had sexualized a 3-year-old on live on TV, that he's making sexual comments about her. She already knew so much that this guy had convicted rapists on his panel. She already knew that Polite was his main man. He's even going to say it right here to her fucking face. That's my man. You see how bold this is? This dude is. You haven't even heard the worst is coming in. This is just for the people that haven't heard it, because right now you got a whole echo chamber spreading lies about myself and Shaka. You see what I mean? There's people probably out there calling each other on the telephone, trying to figure out a way how they can get their way around it and convince people of something else, telling them an alternative story, when really all they got to do is hop their ass up here and speak to the public in front of me. This is some really weird shit, but let's go on.
and get paid.
You see that other comment of mine? Let me on. That BS Sanetta talked about my 3-year-old daughter, right? And once again, contrary to what was stated by a sister, I wasn't told about no plan about I'm going to have Sanetta on and I want him to do this or that. This is another of the many lies that she has told. Because Neo lies a lot. Yes, brother.
I thought she was a child advocate. I thought she was for the protection of children.
She's a fake advocate.
Now, here's the thing. Talk about double standards. Should I let Sanetta on my platform so he can talk about anybody else that's been on my platform? So he could talk about their kids, curse their kids out, curse their mother out, and curse their spouses out. Should I do that? Or would that be considered bad? You see, I mean, because you have to ask people this shit today, because some people might be like, but it's okay in this particular case. The problem here is that people like to choose either their friends to be special cases, or when they want something from somebody, they can be a special case. They can bring the standard. And when you have all of that shit going on, you don't have any standard at all. Hence, no advocacy.
She's a fake advocate. If you're an advocate, you don't call people gay and say that they have a relationship together if you know damn well that's not the truth. That's
you don't make
lie.
sexual comments about a 3-year-old girl if you're a child advocate. If you're for child advocates, you see, she basically had a soft interview. This was like soft gloves with Sanetta. This was not, it's almost like she gave him a cakewalk. That's what it is. There's no pushback from her. There's nothing. It's just like it's the silliest little thing you ever saw, actually in reality. But child advocates, what about your daughter? Did she care about your daughter when you said that? You see, and she won't let you up on there to defend that comment. See, that's the thing about it. And here's the thing. Fuck letting somebody else defend you. Let you up to defend yourself. Nobody, I don't defend you, you defend yourself. You don't defend me, I defend myself. She actually is playing, like she's defending while making sure you can't come up and defend your own daughter, dude. It's ridiculous.
And I called her twice on WhatsApp, and both times she told me that she would let me on. And then eventually, after, we'll see about how long, but I think about an hour or so.
This was about Cash App.
I made my video, yeah,
because he didn't even know about it. Ask Tazariak. Tazariak never questioned it. He knew he was getting paid. He always did. So nobody never questioned.
I heard Tazariak pays Sanetta regularly, like every month, but let's continue. That's what I heard.
It. So when you're working with Eventbrite, they are only going to pay you about a week and a half after. That's just the way their program is.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, you really don't have.
Was your niece to marriage?
I have no recollection of that.
Are you accused of molesting your wife, niece, who is your niece to marriage?
I have no recollection of that.
Are you accused of molesting your wife, niece, who is your niece to marriage?
I have no recollection of that.
If you've been to play this clip, having no recollection, it means not remembering. He doesn't remember. But let's continue here.
To explain all that, you need to check the boy Chris.
I want to say something.
No, because I'm gonna let you say it, but I just really want you to understand this. And you don't know me to be no liar. I ain't lied to you yet. Nobody has ever caught me in a lie. There ain't no videos of anybody showing that I contradict myself. Chris was trying to come to me to attack you, Sanetta, your reputation.
I heard that.
Okay, but he was saying you didn't pay him, you were a scammer, blah, blah, blah. He tried to come to me. And at that time, our friendship was still a little shaky. And I was telling him, like, go, you stop being a bitch, go get your own fucking money. So for me, the reason why I kept saying that is because Chris told me, and he admitted it. Now, whenever he got paid, that's between you and him. I asked him to show the receipt. So nobody can.
For the record, another person who didn't get paid, Smash Rockwell, punk self, who did not get the money he was supposed to get with that came in on trial stuff. You know what I'm saying? But Smash Rockwell is a sucker. We all know he filed a restraining order against me.
He said you don't pay. I was even trying to help y'all out to prove that he got paid, but he never showed the receipt. But I got him on record saying he the one who told me that. He came to me crying like a little bitch and whining. And then I said, how you gonna go and beg and apologize and beg for forgiveness to a man who owe you some fucking money? What kind of shit is that? Because he never told me when or if he ever got paid. The last time we talked about you, he was saying you didn't pay him.
And guess what? Right after this interview, she goes right back on his panel. I mean, who lets a person on their panel that calls them a bulldagger openly? Who does that? You see, there's something else going on. And it ain't advocacy. It's not advocacy for little kids or women. It's not that at all. It's something else going on. So much so that you would have to question. You would have to question the entire history that's been put out there from this person. The history that would make people think they're a victim. Yes, you would have to question it. I'm not saying you don't have to. You don't have to believe it. I mean, but at least in your mind say, damn, what type of victim hosts shit like this? You know what I'm saying? Like, you just have to think a little bit.
And he was crying and he was mad and he was ready to go in, make videos, try to recruit me to do it because they know I ain't scared to make videos. He my friend. So.
Hey, let me say this to you, O'Neal.
You hear that? Try to recruit. So there's a tactic that goes on. Talking about people behind their back, calling up people to talk about another individual to try to solicit their help. That's not advocacy. help to bully people on fucking line, help to what, gaslight motherfuckers. Like I'm telling you, y'all, you people, y'all gonna be really, you're gonna be really sad, And I told you the story in the beginning, the opening story, that somebody called me, basically gaslighting me, basically trying to suggest that I'm supposed to give a goddamn about Neo X's feelings when she has been assaulting me for a long sustained period of time. Like it's crazy, But guess what? According to others, the same person that tried to suggest that to me just 2 days ago on the telephone called some other and tried to communicate to them about the conversation they had with me. What's the purpose? What's the point? What would the point be? Like, what's going on, y'all? I'm telling you. I'm just telling you, it's a lot of crazy shit going on.
You are a beautiful person. You know how to put that work in. This is really not you. You getting yourself caught up with all these non-factor people. This is not good energy for you. This is real shit, I'm telling you. You got to get away from these niggas. Remember you told me a little history, how, you was caught up in a little bullshit and you had to just go away for a little while because these niggas is crazy. This is
Hebrews.
that's coming back again, but not just the Hebrews. A lot of dead niggas with dead energy and just liars and slanders. Like, for example, look at the nigga Shaka Doodle. He said,
So you heard, brothers, here. I have no problem, with people defending whoever they want to, but you heard several people either saying or writing that, somebody was defending me. Now you heard, but that's just the beginning.
Sonetta, 4 hospitals misdiagnosed you with AIDS. No hospital misdiagnosed me, Neil X, but he got to keep lying and saying that.
Now, I'm sure you've seen the clip of Sonetta himself saying that he went to 4 hospitals and they told him he had AIDS. So how is it a lie? Listen to his excuse that they just looked at him and told him he has AIDS. They could tell by just looking at him.
What I said was, and you can go and see it, it's on my channel, Neil. This is what I be telling y'all. I said I went to the
You ain't
hospital.
got no
As soon
proof,
as I
nigga,
walked in,
that I went to the hospital and they all told me I had AIDS. I went to like 4 hospitals, and the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. AIDS.
There you have it.
Even diagnosed me. They didn't even take my name down. They didn't give me nothing. They just looked at me and said, "You got AIDS." That's it.
So we're supposed to believe that 4 different hospitals just looked at him and said, "You have AIDS. You got AIDS. Man, please."
Exactly what I said. So how can they miss that? I never said they diagnosed me with AIDS. I said they looked at me and automatically came out and said that, "Oh yeah, you got AIDS," because they seen the way I looked. My face was joined in. I was weighing in about $100 or 90 pounds. I was gonna die.
Stop.
You see what I'm saying? So I
Stop
never said
4 hospitals.
Rewind it to Texas Balance comment. Just rewind it slightly. She just made a comment to Sonetta. Why are you here? Just no. It's in the video. Just take the video back.
On the video. Okay.
Yeah.
Why is he here?
You see, and now she's actually been spending a lot of time defending Neo X. It's like, so again, no standards means no advocacy. How are you going to be in the chat at one moment and you're like questioning why he's there on the person's panel, but then you don't understand why the fuck we're upset that the person is on her panel after we defended her for a long period of time while he was assaulting her. We're busy defending her, and then she allows this dude on there to assault us. Person in the chat says, "Why is he there?" And now the person is over there trying to suggest that we shouldn't be mad about that. We shouldn't be hurt by that. We shouldn't feel assaulted by that. We shouldn't have a problem with that. Double standard. It makes no goddamn sense. There's no consistency here. When you don't have any consistency, you ain't going to get a goddamn thing done. Nothing. Zero. You're not serious.
Apologizing and asking you to take accountability. F out of here. F out of here.
So she didn't understand, did she?
We were told that's her panel. She does what she wants, blah, 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 blah. But here she's in the chat. Why is he here?
Exactly.
but it's all good. I ain't got I ain't got no smoke. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't have any issues with Texas Obama, but some of the things she said, a bit hard to believe, but it is what it is. Let's continue.
Yeah, you got AIDS because they seen the way I looked. My face was joined in. I was weighing in about a buck or 90 pounds. I was gonna die. You see what I'm saying? So I never said 4 hospitals diagnosed me. I said I went to the hospitals. And before they can even look at me, diagnose me, they already came out and said I had AIDS. These were racist, right? And I went in to teach the people a lesson. But the people so busy hating that they missed my lesson, Neil X. And here's the lesson that I'm gonna give you for your people, whether they want to take it or reject it. When you go into these hospitals and they say you got something, you better believe you better go to other hospitals and get second and third opinions.
And he went to 4 hospitals. He didn't get just second and third opinion.
What if I would have believed this white doctor when he said I had AIDS? I would have ended up taking his medicine, and then ultimately I would have been dying. And then they would have said,
now you see how idiotic that is? You can't get medicine from a doctor without being diagnosed of a fucking disease, of a sickness in the first place. I mean, you see this? You see this, right? So I'm just saying, I don't get the point of this. The only reason why this person was here is to lie about myself and Shaka. That's why he was there. You see, and if it's for some other purpose, if somebody's claiming to be an advocate for women and children, you don't let somebody come on your platform and talk about women and children and diss them, curse them out. What would the point be? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, can I do that as a man? Can I say, hey, Sarnetta, come on my platform and come and curse out this person, Neo X's child, mother, sister, any of those things, spouse, right? Should I do that? And then afterwards, I'm going to be like, yeah, well, I'm just an advocate. I'm an advocate for women and children. That's why I did it. You see? I mean, does that make any sense? No. If I did that, tell the truth, y'all would be all over my goddamn ass. Instead, you all are looking for one little tiny little flaw to gaslight a brother with, when you know this brother didn't do a goddamn thing. I've just been victimized openly on the internet, which is serious. It's actually serious. Especially when you collect the evidence.
Yeah, he ain't had AIDS. He had lupus. You see? Stop. So I went to...
Stop it. You can't give medicine without making a diagnosis. What is he talking about? He's a dumb motherfucker, yeah.
I mean, such a liar.
But couldn't she have stopped him and just said that? She could see a real interview where a person with a real brain, with the brain turned on, would have stopped him and said, but Sarnetta, how can you get a prescription for medication from a doctor without a diagnosis? Bingo.
To an AIDS specialist. And you can see the video. It's on my channel, Neil X. I don't know if you saw it. When I went to the hospital, I did it live where the people could see me take the test. And it came back.
Stop it right there, brother.
Negative.
Stop it right there. Stop. See, this is what it was really about. We were beating up on Sarnetta because we were saying that that's foul, that he kept bringing Polite back after the paperwork come out. And guess what? Right before the trial, she gives him airtime to explain.
Yes, he's on here right before Polite's trial, right before Polite goes to court. The first time, the time where he's got to go and take that plea, she decides to let the guy that says Polite is my man on her panel. Like, what's up with that? Again, advocate for children and women. What about the mama of that child that Polite assaulted sexually? What about her feelings? What about the child's feelings? What part of this is there any representation for women or children? What part? There is none. It's going to get wilder. And I'm talking about standards, y'all. And I'm talking about the people that support her. You have no standards. See, you're supporting something, and then you're going to turn around. You're going to turn around later, depending on who it is, and have another person do the same thing. And then you're going to be like, nah, but that person shouldn't be allowed to do that. But then why is it allowed? Why is it allowed here? So you want another person to have somebody on the panel? You're going to say they can't? I had Kevin Wesley on my panel. He doesn't have a criminal record. And people are like, and all I wanted to do was have somebody on there and hear what they had to say about the person that's assaulting me to see if there's any similarity. They got pictures up of both of us on their image, me, Shaka, and this other person, Wesley, right? Kevin Wesley. She's making homo comments, talking about or trying to suggest that somehow we're homos or something. I mean, it is so weird. Actually, I want to tell y'all something. I mean, the reality of it is that to say to actually be able to do that, Neo X, you're either a goddamn liar, which I believe you are, by the way. But if you're not, then you're just goddamn delusional. I mean, really, like seriously, delusional. But it is crazy, man.
Pressure was building up for Frankie, because Frankie believed Polite. He believed Polite. We've even heard Frankie, young hair was in the place to be. Frankie saying that Polite told him that he would spend like 4 months in jail. You know what I'm saying? So Frankie was thinking about the money. But as the trial was coming up, the pressure and all that, you know what I'm saying? But, let's continue.
Showing them. But is they going to play that? No. Is they going to play the part, Neil X, when I said, if Polite did that, if Polite raped that baby, if Polite molested that child, he need to be put under the fucking jail.
Now, you see that.
Look, Frankie has met with the victim. The child has a mother. Sonetta met with that mother many times. And we asked the question, did he ever warn her? Because Sonetta is on record talking about Polite doing this to other women. Yes, assaulting other women that he dates or marries or whatever, assaulting their female children. He is on record doing that. Did he warn the mother? Did he have a conversation with the mother about that? But Neo X is fine with him on the panel. She's fine with that in her advocacy. That's her standard for advocacy for children. That's the level of it. And that level is so goddamn low that's been allowed to be a shield somehow, or an excuse for just all types of poor behavior. It's insane. It's really insane at this point.
That's the same thing that this B-made Frankie has been repeating. B-made Frankie Sonetta, go ahead and insult Polite. Go ahead and insult Malachi York, you piece of doo-doo.
It's about to get heated. Watch what he say. He's about to have more foul mouth on Neo X's panel, the person that is an advocate for women and children. She claims she said, I never said I was an advocate for black people. I don't do nothing with that RBG, or it's called human rights, lady. It's called anti-black racism. Okay? There's people that work to combat it, that do advocacy work and activism, to combat anti-black racism. You could call it RBG, whatever you want, but actually the reality of it is that it's a human rights thing, a civil rights thing. The same reason why you have the right to be gay and not be classified as insanity for your sexual preference. That's a human right you have, lady. Somebody going to demean it by saying, the color flags, the purple and the green and the orange. That one. You see what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Listen, advocacy works like this. As far as victims, You could be a victim of anti-black racism. You could be a victim of gender bias. You are to handle the victims with the same level of concern. You are to believe them. See, this is the funny part about it. They make it seem like she tried to make an argument like it's two different things, but the fucking rules are the goddamn same for the victims. So what is this? That's how I know how you're supposed to treat a victim of sexual violence or gender violence. I know that because the rules are the same for people that claim to be victims of anti-black racism. We went over the rules earlier. Safe spaces, privacy. These are well-known cornerstones of activism and advocacy. And this is what you do, man. Don't let the people fool you, and don't let people run away from accountability for what they actually do. It's crazy.
He's on tape defending Malachi York, a child molester who raped boys and girls, sodomized them, and gave them STDs, defending him for 10 minutes straight. He has never, to my knowledge, insulted Malachi York. But you heard all the negative names that he used towards me, all the profanities that he had towards me, right? So for him to say, if Polite did it, then he deserves to be in prison, and Malachi York, that ain't nothing.
The guy on her panel hosted rapists. He hosted people that he has a specialty for it. Almost every goddamn body. It's like 3 or 4 different people on there that are associated or have been convicted of violent crimes against minors. Where is the meme of Sinetta on her page? She don't have Sinetta's head stuck out there like, boing, guess what? You gay. Or boing, there's nothing derogatory on her page about this dude that hosts deviants. Nothing. And he called her a bulldagger. Where it doesn't make any, but the people that defend her, she got all kinds of smoke for them. Yo, y'all better people better start waking up, because this is not just about me. This is about the community. The standard have to be the same for everybody. So if this is the goddamn standard, the fucking community is in the gutter, yo. Is in the gutter. Straight up.
Anyway, let's continue.
With Dr. York. I've said that damn near over 10 times. Is they going to play that nil? No, because they gold is the...
Oh, text about my road. Another energy is like a effing roller coaster.
Slander me. You got to see that, Neil.
What slander? We played what he said, what his associates said. How was it slander?
They go constantly slander.
He's on there talking to her about slander when we just actually played what he said, but she's slandering us, defaming us on her actual page. You see this? They're the same. They're the same. This is not an accident that she's hosting him 1 week before Polite's taking that plea for being a deviant. Yes, a sexual deviant. The kind that goes after minors, little girls. This is giving a voice to the problem right here. This is, is it advocacy? Is it advocacy right here? What we saying? You're supposed to do what you are. You do what you are. You don't do what you ain't. Right? This is what she does. Is that advocacy? This is crazy. Give the man a voice. Oh my goodness, man.
Sis, I'm sorry.
They know, because reason why, even if somebody in their feelings for letting you talk, I'm trying to show people that when you come over here and actually want to hash something out, I will let you talk.
You see that? Belittling. Oh, so if somebody's in their feelings because I'm gonna let you talk, that's not what's going on. That's not what's going on. No, you're allowing someone to assault verbally another human being. That's not talking. learn, get straight with your advocacy.
I ain't gonna play those games how you treated me on your show. Remember the last time I was on your show, you kept throwing me in the back.
She's gonna let him talk. The guy who disrespected us. But me and V Bennett, who supported her.
Yeah. No, she's gonna let the guy talk whose friend is about to go to take a plea deal for sexually assaulting a minor. She's gonna give a voice to that person. This is insane. This is insane. I mean, I think and it gets even more serious because someone will have the nerve to say that I'm supposed to fucking believe her and I'm supposed to somehow accept poor treatment by her, memes on her page, nasty comments on her page. So she has a video where in 2 minutes she makes 20 different disgusting sexual references in a row. It was like, is she in a fever or something? Like, damn, like who says these kind of things? And these are the same kind of comments Sonetta makes. Yes.
He did not let us talk, right? And she's even saying that when she went on his platform, he did not let her talk. And I even had warned her about not going there. But she went her way anyway, and she found out the hard way.
And Chris kept throwing me in the back, but I'm trying to show people that I'm a little different from y'all. I would let you come on here and defend yourself. That's why I haven't let Shaka. Shaka's right here in the back chat. I'd not let him.
I will let you come on here and defend yourself. Okay.
Up because I'm not going to let y'all go back and forth because it's not about y'all two right now.
Oh, you see.
Stop.
So she told people.
You can't have it both
I was in
ways.
the back chat. Yeah.
Exactly.
I was in the back chat, but she doesn't want to let me because she doesn't want us to go back and forth.
Exactly. And check this out.
And then she's gonna say, oh, I wasn't fast enough for them. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. She wasn't fast enough. We wanted her to do it immediately. And how many hours in it is it? How many minutes is it already? Immediately. If you were bleeding, and you waited this amount of time for an ambulance to show up, you would be dead, bro. Flat out. But the thing is that you can't have it both ways. You let someone up on your platform to let them speak their truth, to let them speak their truth. Okay, but then you roll it back and you say, you didn't, that's not what you was up to doing. You actually wanted to hear him and catch him in some sort of lie. What lie did you catch him in? Everyone knows he's a liar. He's got a million lies out there. You see, but here's the thing, even if you catch him lying, what about all the things he did to you before this point? You see, it doesn't make any sense. She's contradicted herself so many times. She's relying on you to only believe her. Only believe. You see,
they had some agreement was comfortable, and that's why he stayed for all these hours on the platform. And I see. And instead of admitting that she got played, and she wanted to disrespect us and call her names and call us gay. Did she call him gay? Does she have any video? Does she have any video calling him gay? You know what I'm saying? Like Tahaka Bay, she wasn't Tahaka Bay's chat. I didn't see her call Tahaka Bay gay, and Tahaka Bay has some paperwork. His own paperwork that he showed himself. He read himself that says registered sex offender. So Zayak is on tape admitting that he sends money to a convicted rapist. She made a video, words of wisdom to Zayak. She didn't call him gay. So, it's all good. She can do what she wants, but she's a fake.
You know what it is, Shaka? You know what it is?
And everybody knows, I mean, in case people don't know, she writes a letter, words of wisdom to who? To Zariak, right? And the insane part about it, the crazy part about it is,
accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So, my third question, Captain Zariak, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
That is the person she wrote words of wisdom to. Look, this is insane.
Gay in Tahaka Bay has some paperwork, his own paperwork that he showed himself. He read himself that says registered sex offender. Zayak's on tape admitting that he sends money to a convicted rapist. She made a video or words of wisdom to Zayak. She didn't call him gay. So, it's all good. She can do what she wants, but she's a fake
You know what
one.
it is, Shaka?
She's
You know what it
fake.
is, Shaka?
Yes, brother.
You know what it
Yes.
is? She doesn't have a use for good men. See, that's why she doesn't respect us, dude. Because we're married, we have kids, families, we take care of them, we rear our children in our homes, right? And she doesn't have we actually protect black women like Kursa Hammurabi, like Neo X. But the truth is that they don't really have a need for guys like that. They have a need for fucked up guys because guys like us don't prove to them that all men are bad.
Facts.
It's
That's
sad,
what it
brother.
is.
Facts. And she said it out of herself. Black men don't see, she's always saying that. Black men don't care about black women. Black men don't defend black women. Yo, oh really? That's funny because that's exactly what we did. We defended them, but we're of no use after. You see, we're expendable. Defend, then you're expendable. But the dudes that's out there sending money to rapists, the dudes that can't remember if they raped their own niece, she's writing letters of congratulations to. What kind of bullshit is that? Y'all? And then you're going to suggest to me that I have to believe her. But then even more, I'm supposed to fucking feel some kind of feeling for the person that attacks me? That is crazy. That is mental abuse. That is psycho shit, y'all. And I'm telling you, anybody that is told anything like that, you need to shut and slam the fucking door in the persons that is saying that to you because it is 100% cap. It is 100% abuse. Mental abuse. Yes. Be careful.
It's, they don't, we fuck their game up because their thing is men are bad, men are bad. But we proving all men are not bad. Some men stand up for black women. I mean, that's what we've been proving. Some men stand up for their families, it's pathetic, man.
And indeed, Devani inspired Ruth. She went back on his channel after the sentencing of Polite. He even kicked her off the panel.
And you know
Here
what?
in the yeah.
You know what? And we're so good, we don't have to bash her for being gay.
You who thinks everything in the world is gay, nigga, you gay. You gay. Y'all niggas are gay. Nigga, you gay. That's gay. Don't find any of this gay at all. Okay.
Yeah,
We
you
don't
see,
have to
and
bash her for that.
we never bash her about her sexual orientation,
Of course not.
and that's what she claimed. Now we didn't claim, what she's accusing us of being. Here in the chat you wrote he's scam-splaining.
This is about
Yeah,
me and my
it's
friend.
only
I got
one
no
of
crazy.
these arguing.
Y'all
Yeah,
can do
I'm
that
first
another
one.
time. But Shaka knows
Right.
I ain't got no issue with him. But right now I ain't in the mental space for y'all to go back and forth.
Right. I don't want to talk to the bitch because he's a
Well,
liar.
no,
Okay. See, when Neo X came to our platform, we gave her a safe space. That's what did we consider our feelings like I don't feel like going and doing all of this shit. No. She was a priority. Do you understand? People could also not give a fuck about you or spend any time defending you. I mean, it's crazy. It's a double standard. It's literally a double standard. Give time to the person that hosts rapist of little children and scammers, and you ain't got no time for the motherfuckers that actually defended you from the same dude that called you a bull dagger. Do you understand this? I don't have to spend. I don't have this right now. Yeah, we know.
See that?
Because your health, your mental health comes first. Our mental health comes last. Double standard. You see? Why is somebody calling me on the phone suggesting that I'm supposed to be thinking about this woman's feelings? You see the double standard there? You're literally asking me to think about someone who doesn't give a fuck about me or my feelings. That shit is insane, yo. But it happened. I got a phone call. Somebody's disappointed because I told them basically, you're fucked up for even suggesting that. Like, really? Seriously, I'm serious. And that's not all, but let's keep it going.
You see that? So she made it clear. But when I called her the 2 times, she told me that she won't put me on. She gave him the special treatment, the same guy who disrespected her and many other people. The same guy who's been cool rapists and child molesters. But anyway, let's continue.
But what this because the show was about Chris and then the lawsuit and all that shit, like how this nigga is threatening to put me in fucking jail. Now I just want to make it clear, like if you all the stuff you saying, Sonetta, if you can prove this stuff, then you have proof. You have proof. You get what I'm saying? Like whatever you and Shaka got going on, that's cool. But what my issue,
I don't have nothing.
See, and now you remember, brother, the people say, "Oh, she was defending you." Oh, whatever you got going on is whatever going on. The dude called me names like so many damn times. So that's how you behave with the people, you know. That's
Bama
how you
said
behave.
She was defending you. Yeah, Texas Bama was just here yesterday saying she was defending you, Shaka. That's why you didn't hear her defending you. She tried to gaslight you when we know damn well this is not a defense.
And people are just repeating the lies, you know, coming from that Neo lady. You know what I'm saying? But here, people can hear it for themselves. I'm sure a lot of people did not hear how comfortable Frankie was on her panel. How many times he insulted me.
Nothing going on with
And when I called her, she didn't say, "Oh, I'm not in the space to let you in." She's like, "Yeah, I'm going to let you in.
that nigga.
Don't worry."
He got it going on with me.
It doesn't either way you want to frame it. But the problem is when I was over there listening.
Either way you want to frame it. All right, that's defending.
Next thing I know, my name came up. She's calling me a pedophile. Who said that? Never said that. She's slandering my name. Damn sure ain't never say that. I just said, look, it sounded like he pussy pot. He was defending Dr. York. And the next thing I know, he's saying Dr. York can rock and go to hell and shit like that. So I mean, yeah, so you got called saying both things, but
they don't know me now. I play devil's advocate a lot. You know, everybody know I don't give a damn about no goddamn Dr. York. They know that.
There's devil advocates. He's on tape defending him for 10 minutes straight, and that's playing devil advocate, a guy who raped boys and girls. Please.
But check this out. But he gives a damn about Polite, who's a follower of Dr. York, and a convicted sexual assault molester, basically.
And other people who defend Dr. York.
He defended Polite.
That's
Frankie,
Kristen and that Dulcie, whatever.
Look, man. Frankie,
who in his right mind, brother, who in his right mind is going to go live, is going to go public and play devil's advocate defending a child molester, someone who raped children.
Not only did he defend a child molester that raped hundreds, multiple, 20, 10s, you don't know how many, but Polite said on camera that he didn't care if Dr. York molested 100 kids, he would still be his spiritual leader, right? Now, this is the man that capped for Polite the whole time. This is him. It's the weirdest thing. So you're a child advocate, but yet this is some weird advocacy. This is weird advocacy because you didn't break their ass. You didn't shut them down. You're entertaining them, giving them a platform. This is like the softest gloves you could use in an interview. It's soft gloves. It's ridiculous, man. This is why Sonetta would never go on either come back to our platforms because we know we won't go soft on him.
He's a sucker. He was in the chat talking smack. But young Haru, I don't want to dictate how you should speak, but let's try not to insult the sister. The way I see it, she believes the lies of that Neo lady. Just like she said, I think, was it yesterday, brother, or the day before? I think it was yesterday. That she was told by this Neo lady that Neo told me that she was gonna have Sonetta, and she told me about what she was trying to do and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So she's lying a lot. She just doesn't lie a little bit. She lies a lot, and so a lot of people believe her lies. But this, for those who were wondering, this is what made me do the video saying that I was done with her and I wrote no drama about it. I did not call her name. But after that, she was still salty, and then she tried to she disrespected us ever since. And everybody could see how she did that.
They know it, Neil. This nigga bringing up old videos 10 years, 15, 20 years old. Like that shit means something.
Right, but the point I'm trying to say, I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, you still said it. So maybe you learned a lesson that day. Like you might not want to do nothing like that.
When I talked about the banana boat, motherfucker, yes, I did it, and I stand on it, and I'll say it again. You know why? Because I was dealing with the history of what the white man has done, and he came by cursing us out, talking about, yo, why am I banging on them?
Or any West Indians. He said that he's standing by his statement of banana boat N-word. Now, I played that clip too, but it's okay. Let's continue.
I shouldn't be doing this.
Mind you, this is a channel that supports white supremacy. Because Tazariak said that he hates Africans as a people and he celebrates the death of Africans. And Jabari Osase, head of the Shrine of Ma'at, has no problem with that. But he had a lot of problem with Dane Caraway, who did not even say half of it.
And he said, we should be happy that we came over here on a slave ship. But see, this bitch nigga wouldn't know.
Now, did you hear that on the tape? Did you hear the West Indian elders saying that we should be happy that we came here on a slave ship?
Nope.
This Frankie sounded is such a professional liar.
That? Why do you think I'm just going crazy on the nigga for nothing? I said, nigga, go back home get back on the goddamn banana boat, nigga. Take your ass back to where you came from. That's what I said. But this whole ass nigga ain't gonna tell you that.
Now, this is what's funny. Because he's out there claiming that he's, talking about doing it for the white man. This banana boat dude said, why are y'all talking about this? Why are y'all talking about that? Right. But then he would go and do this to a young man just for being on his platform reading the Bible. Check it out.
See how dumb this little nigga Tory is, y'all? He ain't, I told you, once you become myopic in a box, anything that people bring to you, you will not adhere to it. He showed you who wrote the New Testament. He showed you what he said about the New Testament. And this little nigga still up in here saying God said this and God said that. These niggas are just retarded, man. These little niggas are just retarded. He ain't go and look up what Shaka said. He didn't say, well, let me see if Shaka telling the truth and do me some research. This dumb, stupid little nigga comes back with God said this and God put all nations together and made them different. Like, nigga, shut up already, man. Just shut up, nigga. Damn. Slit your wrist or something, nigga. Because you're poison to the...
You see that? You see that? But Tory's FBA. He's not a banana boat, like Sinetta says. So he asked, this is a supporter he's telling to slit their wrist. You see, and she already knew that. She knew that he said that. You see? I mean, I don't. This is like, there's nothing making any type of sense. None of it is making any type of sense.
You don't know that.
Stop it.
Stop it. This HOASN word. I'm being cursed out like crazy. Go ahead, brother.
But isn't he half Dominican? Isn't he half Dominican?
He claimed that he is Dominican. He has some Dominican origin.
So why don't he go back on the banana boat?
This dude talks smack. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, if you happen to say something wrong, then just say I was wrong about that and keep it pushing. Don't do like these suckers, these people from because these people saying the worst things ever. And instead of admitting that they said something foul, they try to, tap dance around it, But let's continue here. Hold on. Back after that, and contradicted yourself.
This is one bitch-made nigga worrying about another man's problems.
Be made N-word, right? Right?
And worrying about another man's life.
Worrying about another man's life.
You know what? Stop it.
Dealing with a...
And what's crazy is that he didn't just tell, he's making it sound like, he had an excuse for saying the banana boat thing. Okay, so what was the excuse with telling Tory to slit his wrist? And then what's your excuse for this?
One thing I can tell you, brother, is black people, we ain't shit, man. Our people ain't shit. Black people ain't shit, bro. We can talk about this white man all day. But nah, man, black people ain't them. We ain't shit, man. Our people is fucked up. This slavery shit, I gotta blame it all on slavery, You hear me? This slavery shit done fucked up our mental, everything, man. We ain't shit as a people. We still trying to live off of what our fucking ancestors did 100 goddamn years ago. We built this. We built America. We built that. Okay, granted, you built all that shit. Now that the white man is not hitting you in the back, nigga, no more to make you build it, here's the question I got for you, What the fuck are we building today? When you ain't being forced to build nothing. What are you building today, What is black people building today?
You see? So there's no standard there. And she already knows that. The dude contradicts himself every second of the day. And yet she just had to let him on that platform. And she think he's there to do good. She thinks something can be accomplished after all of that. You have him on there a week before Polite is taking a plea. You have him go on your platform and diss the people that have been calling him out the whole time for even continuing his association with Polite. That's what's going on, folks. Don't be fooled. We have been targeted because we held Sonetta's ass to the fire over this shit. You know, it is unheard of to have rapists and pedophiles on a motherfucker's platform. That's crazy. Claiming to be black anything, claiming to be for the community. That's what's happening. And I'm telling you, they're really ingenious about targeting the people that stand up against them. Don't be fooled by this. This is helping him target us. That was the point. There was nothing else to it. That was exactly the point. And she's pretending to not be aware, as it appears. At least it looks like that to me. I don't know about you. If you trust Neo X, put a X in the chat. If you trust her. If you don't trust her, put a no. Put an N in there for no.
The video that was public that he uploaded on his own panel, and he kept saying banana boat and word. Go ahead, brother VB. Sorry about this. Hey, what's up, Dunny?
She uses the same vernaculars as Sonetta, bitch made nigga. All of this, she's using the same language she uses, but yet she's defending women and children.
Oh my goodness.
Like, what the fuck he got to do with that? You know? This nigga is crazy. Don't know real.
So he's admitted, and he stood by calling a West Indian banana boat N-word, but I'm the one that's crazy, right?
Shaka, now, this was all about defending you. This was all about giving Sonetta a chance to defend himself against you because you was whipping his ass. That's really what it was, bro. That's really, you can hear his voice. He's crying about this shit. He hates what you've been playing. He hates what you was doing. He's pleading. He's crying. And she's like giving him a place to cry, but manipulate at the same time.
She aided and abetted Sonetta. That's what it is. She aided and abetted him. Don't be confused about this at all. She helped Sonetta on purpose, as it seems. If it's an accident, she still aided and abetted him. It doesn't even matter. You know, do you know if you are driving a car and you let somebody in your car that just committed murder, don't you know you could be an accessory to murder if you drive that person home? That's what she's an accessory. Yes, it's aiding and abetting. Straight up. There's nothing different about it. So what you gonna do? Go to the court and be like, I didn't know he just killed somebody, Your Honor. Okay, well, they have to be certain about that. They're gonna investigate your ass first. They ain't gonna just fucking believe you.
That's crazy. And indeed, we've been dealing with what he said publicly.
No man make 90 fucking videos of another man who he don't fuck with.
90 videos.
Now check this out.
Well, he had 200.
Now we defend ourselves from Neo X's defamation, lying, calling us homos, calling us bitch ass niggas on her page, right? We're doing that. She does all of that after we were defending her against Sonetta, right? Oh my God. It really is crazy. Oh my goodness. She defend. I'm sorry, y'all. I got to get myself together here. This is ridiculous. But at the same time, then she's going to bring him on the platform to do this, right? And this is where she says advocacy is. It's crazy. It's crazy.
200 videos of Polite, and I made a video. It's still on my
You
channel.
know who does?
200
Shaka,
videos
you know who
of
does?
Polite.
Guess who makes a video, 90 videos of a person they don't fuck with? An advocate. Isn't that advocacy?
He making
Neo X?
90 videos of this whole ass nigga. Picture that. Never.
Now, where are the people who said that somebody was defending me? And that was not even my problem. My problem is that she did not let me get on the panel, and she told me she would. That was it. So I kept.
Listen. Check this out, y'all. Neo X and a couple other women, they tried to make the allegation that we bash women. Can you believe that? You know, they try to make it into a gender thing, as if she didn't actually do anything, as if she's innocent. But anybody that's been paying attention obviously knows that's not true, because we made Sonetta is saying we making videos about him. Is he a woman? You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't have it both ways. No standards means no advocacy. That's what that means. No standards means no advocacy. You see, you have to keep it real the entire time. If we bash women, then what do we do to Sonetta? You see what I mean? No, we're not bashing women. It's a person that has been out there committing defamation, spreading images online. Here are the images. This is what the images look like. This is insane. The images look like, hold on. Let me see something. Let me open that up real quick for everybody to see. The images look like, oh, this is all kinds of wild shit here, boy. But check this out. Not only is it images, but suddenly we're getting spammed everywhere. Spammed. I got sent these messages. Yo, it is insane. Spamming. Look at this shit. Look at this. You see how you don't even know. This is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, like 24 hours, 48 hours. Then there's this. V bent over, abandoned a whole movement because blank. Neo X drops more receipts on boyfriends forever. Got my face on it. LGBT flag. But by the way, I'm not LGBT. I mean, period. V bent over, abandoned the whole. Okay. What else is it? It's the other one. Neo X. Okay, no, that's not me. But hold on. Let's see here. Real recognized. Hold on. Who is the biggest fraud? Sonetta TV or my Idaho? Oh, that's so funny. You see that? This is crazy. So now he's back to being a fraud because people were like, why the hell did you let him on here? It's crazy. These ain't even the worst. There's others. Literally others. There's more. You see, she had a poll on there talking about who takes it up the butt more, V Bennett or Shaka and Dugu Kemet. I mean, really, that's really what it is. It's insane. So
pushing, but see, some people believe her lies. Oh, she defended you. What? When? How many times did he curse me out?
Shaka, if you relied on her to defend you, you would be a dead man. Just flat out.
Never will he occupy space in my mind like that.
Look, he's about to even say worse things. Check this out.
Like I said, whatever y'all got going on, that's between you and him. Like,
that's defending whatever you got going
on. Hey, look, check this out. So how come here's the double standard. So why didn't we just say that to Sonetta when he was attacking Neo X from the beginning? Whatever y'all got going on, I don't know. But we didn't do that. You see, if Sonetta's attacking a woman, and a man gives that comment, you would say, black men don't ever protect black women. That's what you would say. This is not protection. All of a sudden, she don't know what's going on. That's really? You don't know what's going on? That's in okay. She just totally out of it. She don't have any idea what's going on. What are you talking about? We've been telling people what's going on. We've been telling people this dude had multiple rapists and pedophiles on his platform. That's what we've been saying. That's what we've been saying. Queen Stone been saying that. Uncle Suge been saying that. We've been saying that. Shaka been saying that. I mean, what is there to not understand? What do you mean? What's going on? You don't know what's going on. See, this is so ridiculous. And I'm sorry. People that are suggesting somehow this is supposed to be like, this is you can't criticize, you can't speak up for yourself when this person attacks you because they're a victim. They were a victim of sexual assault when they were young, but you don't have any real evidence of that yourself. There's no real evidence. There's just some weird ass messages, like anonymous messages. I mean, think about this. Shaka and V Bennett, we put our names and our face out there to defend her, and she don't have no family members on tape, videotape defending her publicly against Sonetta calling her a bulldacker. Do you think that makes sense? Why would we risk our lives in our face and your own family members don't? Do y'all think that makes any sense, y'all? I mean, I don't know, but you might want to start thinking the word bamboozled.
Oh, that's between you and him.
Wow. That sounds more like not defending. That's like saying, Sonetta, I ain't got shit to do with it because I want to cash out.
Told you, man, Shaka ain't best friends, but I like how he's taking a stance against pedophilia.
Sonetta got 200 videos of Polite. So what? Brother Polite is my man.
You see, he's on tape saying, "So what? 200 videos on Polite. So what? That's his man." And he was on trial.
Check this out.
He was on trial.
She's doing
for what
good
he
at
was
defending. Well, Brother Polite is his man. So what, Neo X? And guess what Brother Polite is now? He's in prison for molesting a 14-year-old girl, sexual assault. And this is her advocacy to protect.
What's up, Angie? How you doing?
G. Good. How you doing?
Hey, I'm surviving. I'm doing good, but I'm only doing good because I'm speaking my truth.
As you should.
Mm-hmm. You see what? Go ahead. I'm gonna let you get it in. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you speak because I don't want to take up all your time. I know you got some insights, but if you've been listening, you've been hearing all this bullshit.
Yes.
People I've been taken through. To have someone suggest to me that I am supposed to care about the person who is assaulting me.
No, that was inconsiderate of you. Like, I feel like women, it's like a lot of women, we don't get it. You get what I'm saying? I'm not going to say we, and a lot of women on your panel, on your channel, they get it. You get what I'm saying? But it's a lot of toxic women who do not get it. Like, we're not considerate of our men. Like, we just want them to ignore their own feelings and the treatment that they're receiving. And then we can just go on and continue to just mistreat them and be the victim. And it's not fair at all. It's really not. And it's to a point where it's like, it's really aggravating.
And
like,
check this out. Check this out, Angie. The person who called me on the phone after I broke down my feelings, which is really, it sucks. Because to a victim, you're not supposed to have to explain yourself over and over and over. But in this case, I had to. I had no choice. Guess what? One of the last things they said to me. They said, "Well, if you ain't gay, why do you care anyway?" Think about
that. Is abuse.
That's abuse. That's abuse. And then guess what? The whole point, why we were standing up in the first place, was I wasn't doing it for my behalf. I was doing it for the community's behalf. Right. What about the community? So if you don't deal with this, you can't help the fucking community. And you see, that is so weird, man. Go ahead.
And see, I wanted to do a live with her last video, but it's something happened in that live that made me just wanna, and that's why I wanted to talk to you to see what you think.
Okay.
Because I'm starting to realize that there's a disconnect somewhere. Because she honestly, it's either she's portraying as she doesn't get it, or she honestly does not get it. Because in this video, of course, she was talking about Kevin Wesley, but it was an example for all of you brothers that I've come across. You get what I'm saying? Where she feels as if she wasn't scolding the man in the video, because a lot of people, they have a image of what a word means, and most of the time, based upon their understanding, they keep this image throughout their form of communication and understanding.
Mhm.
But the literal term of scolding is basically to judge or to rebuke. And when you tell someone that they are broken, that is a judgment. You get what I'm saying? And for him to respond in comprehension of that, you say he's wrong because he called you a bitch. But
Well, she called me a bitch. She called me a bitch
exactly.
ass nigga. What is she
But
talking about?
and then to justify it and say, well, I didn't hear what he said. It doesn't matter. You stated it. And then not only that, but to tell someone that they're broken, that's actually a form of an insult. So scold and insult, they go hand in hand. What part of that are you not comprehending? And not only that, but you turn around and say, well, that wasn't even the reason why I was mad at him. That was the reason that I was pointing out, stating that he changed. Well, this is the thing that you're not connecting. If you realize that you made a mistake in that moment, then it's okay to understand that the response you received was due to your mistake. And not only that, but no one has changed in this situation because what you did was a mistake, right? We're not taking full accountability. And that was the reason for my little short story that I made.
Oh,
Because
right.
with accountability, you have to accept everything that comes with it. And there's no acceptance if you continue to say, he didn't protect me in this moment. He didn't defend me because this man called me a bitch. Well, you placed yourself in a situation where you gave everybody the automatic assumption that you were okay to defend yourself because nobody asked you to state that comment.
Right.
Nobody asked you to place your opinion up front in that moment. And because you're unaware of what you have done, you don't realize the severity of it. Why is it that it's basic terminology. If you don't know what scold means,
Yeah.
Google is everywhere. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? This is how you identify behavior problems. And this is why I didn't want to do like a full video of it, because I'm honestly to a point where it's kind of like I feel and because I just feel bad, you know, in a sense of like you can't continue to point out these things for somebody who you feel just really don't know what she doing. She
But
really
but
don't know.
but the thing is that she's being there are people around her applauding her for this. So they're actually helping to keep her from not acknowledging any of it.
And
You
that is
see,
the damage, because
and
she's going to continue on in this mind state, and she's going to keep having these situations occur with different people, adding on, adding on. It's just going to make it worse for her. And that's what nobody is considering.
they're not thinking about her. They're not thinking about her
They're
at
not.
all.
And you
You
was
know,
actually right when you made that statement and that comment about how it was going to play out. I, I I'm right here with you. I'm like, I see it. I see it.
I've seen
And
it
then
happen before. I've seen it happen before, and I'm gonna tell you, I've seen it happen to a black woman that was suffering from illness, and the people that were supporting her, they were so eager to prove that a point that wasn't even real, even
right.
a point that wasn't even real. But that was their opportunity to prove it through this woman And this woman, in the end, became the laughing stock of the whole goddamn country. She's a pariah. And what did these other people do that supported her? They just disappeared like they ain't know nothing about. Just they off living their life, their
Right.
best life now. It's
Right.
crazy. Look, one of them is just premiering in some sort of art gallery. Like
Oh my
it's
goodness.
crazy. Yes, one of them is premiering in an art gallery, and this it's like. But see, sometimes, man, I'm just going to tell you, caring, it's not owned by any gender. It is not
Yes,
guaranteed by
you're
any
right.
gender. It is not, and that's just the reality of it. And
Just taking a look, just
yeah,
taking a look from your side, I it's like it makes me upset even more. You get what I'm saying? Because
yeah,
looking at her video, it's like you can feel bad for a person, but for so long because what they fail to realize, if you don't heal from being a victim, you turn into the predator of someone else. You become the monster in their story because you haven't healed from your own. So it's kind of like I can't continue to have that understanding and just, let go, let go, let go. No, because you're taking from one person to the next person to the next person to the next person. You're leaving a trail of men being victims. So see, they have a visual of what a victim is because I notice how she tries to minimize you guys, basically
exactly,
stating how you guys are crying. But here's the thing about being a victim: it's not necessarily always in a look of a dramatic movie or a horror movie. It's mental, it's verbal. You get what I'm saying? And these
yeah,
things are wrong. And the fact that you guys are even standing up and saying something should let you know that this is not a whining or a crying thing. I have
no.
already received what you have done to me. I'm standing up against what you are doing to me. That's
Oh,
the
absolutely,
difference.
yeah.
That
And I'm
that
letting the people that's capping for her know that when they come over here, they're coming for their own funeral in terms of their arguments because I'm not ignorant. I'm not stupid. You see what I
yeah,
mean? I haven't been in
yeah,
activism for 10 years and I don't know something about how you deal with victims,
because
and exactly, they and
right,
so they actually thought that they can pull some sort of charade. I'm gonna tell you, we have some bad habits. We have some really bad habits going on in this community. Um, and it's so sad. It's so sad to see that. But at the same time, it's an opportunity to point out the right way to deal with things.
right.
And I just hope these people are listening and they can understand it, that they consider what's being said, because and also when they respond to each point presented in this video. Don't skip
Exactly.
past the point. Don't skip past the point. And I think they have a tendency to dismiss everything. I mean, how do you dismiss these things?
Everything.
Yeah, how did they?
Right.
They're dismissing all of. They dismissed this video right here. This guy's not even finished. He's about to get even. He's about to curse out Shaka's mother, daughter, who's 3 years old, his spouse, the mother of the child. How do you dismiss that? They're
It's
dismissing
not
it, and
right.
they spent weeks. They spent weeks trying to convince people that no, it started when Shaka and Dugu Komet and V Bennett said that called her a fake advocate. Well, what we called you a fake advocate because of this shit right here. Like,
Because advocacy comes with a behavior pattern. And it is
exactly.
not of a toxic one. It's
Actually,
it's uh-huh.
we called her a fake activist, and you know what they did? You know what she did? She made a video about. Well, I said advocate. Actually, I said activist or advocate, but she said I didn't ever call myself an activist. And there's still people cheering her on. There's black
That's
women
the thing that
cheering
gets
her
me. I'm
on.
like, are you guys listening to what she's actually saying? She's not understanding the terms that she's spewing out of her mouth.
When
She's
it's
not
over,
understanding them herself.
when it's
Herself.
over, when it's over, they're going to abandon her. They're going
Yes.
to abandon. And guess who's still going to be standing? Guess who's still going to be standing? the cats
Don't-
that don't cross the picket line, the
Right.
cats that do. So you see what I mean? The cats that don't have a double. What is it called here? The cats
double-
that don't have this. Here it is. Double standard. You see what I
Right.
mean? You know, that's who's going to be standing. You
The
know,
the
and
ones who know common terminology.
yes, exactly. I never said activist. I'm an advocate. It's like, what the hello? They connected. You can't have one without the other. What the hell? It's the yin and the yang. It's two hands. What did I call it? A hand in something like that?
Well,
Hand in hand.
hand
Advocate.
in glove.
Hey,
Anyway,
Miss Andrea.
Hey, Miss Angie.
Miss Andrea, I heard you speak on the last video. I love you so much. And I know we haven't met each other or anything like that, but you are so wise. So
Thank you.
wise.
Thank you. Thank you. But I had to come out here because, look, people don't get a pass for not going out there and looking up in the dictionary what a word means, right? You don't get a pass for that. There is no
Right.
excuse for anybody coming out here now not understanding. She doesn't get a pass by saying, this is just my opinion, by saying she doesn't know. You are responsible for what comes out of your mouth. And if you don't know the definition of what you're talking about, you might want to go be quiet for just a little bit. Because to
Right.
me, those words are the exact same thing. There's action involved with you speaking, and there's speaking involved with your action. They don't go, there's not, you go and just say, you can't just say you're an advocate. You have to be doing something. It doesn't
Right.
work that way. Same thing with saying you're an activist. You can be doing activist work, but you're going to be saying something at the same time. How are people going to know you're an activist if you're not saying it? And how are people going to know if you're an advocate and you're not doing it? It just
Right.
it doesn't work that way. So if you're going
Thank
to make
you.
a claim, make the claim, do the work. You can. I don't care. If you're just donating to truckers, that's great. We'll give you that. But don't sit here and say it's just a word play. No, it's not a word play. They both mean the same thing.
That's
You
right.
you talk it, you walk it. It's the same thing. You can you can talk a big game, but you better be able to walk what you're talking, or you need to shut up. It's
That's
that
right.
simple. It's that simple. They don't get a pass. The younger
Thank you
ones who
for
think
that.
that
Because
think we don't know what the hell we're talking about. You
right.
might want to sit down a little bit and just listen, because we do have some idea. We've been here a little bit longer, and it doesn't take that long to go on your phone, on your computer, get an old school dictionary and look up what those words mean. It's not that hard. It's not that
Exactly.
hard. But because you're trying to make your point, trying to what's the word? Validate your point, you missed it completely. Because
Right.
at the end you sound like an idiot because you didn't know that those two words mean the same thing. So how are you going to tell somebody else they don't know what they're talking about? This is what this is, and this is what this is. Like I've told B. Bennett, when I come on the panel and I hear discussions about men and women and it's just men talking, I'm going to pop up and I'm going to say a thing or two in defense of women. But when I hear some of this other stuff going on about how women are we think that men don't have feelings and we don't think men should be able to express how they feel about how they're being treated by women. There is a problem when we just think it's okay for us to express how we feel. We can cry, we can shout, we can do all this other stuff. But when it comes to them, they're just supposed to take it. I don't think so.
Right.
No, you don't have a right
Right.
to slap a man and with what? So all men are supposed to take a slap? No. If you don't want to get slapped back, keep your hands to yourself. That's my take on all this. This stuff is getting way out of hand over something that's really treat people how you want to be treated.
Exactly.
You wouldn't want
It's that
nobody,
simple.
and that's the same thing V. Bennett's been saying, same thing Shock has been saying. Treat people how you want to be treated. Those people have not stood up one iota for the things that this man has been saying about Shaka's children, about B. Bennett and anything else. This is getting to be ridiculous. We should not be questioning somebody's loyalty based upon whether you're male or female. It doesn't work that way. When you say something about somebody, you know what you're saying is not true. At that point, that loyalty cuts because you don't have a right to be discrediting and demeaning men because you got a problem with what you did and you don't want to take responsibility for your own actions. That is just absolutely insane. Those men didn't do anything to you, and you know that. You know that they did nothing. They said nothing derogatory about you, but you came back and you want to, which is still mind-boggling to me, how you want to call them out and say that they're gay, and you are too, but somehow they're supposed to be what? supposed to be a a slight against them? I'm confused how you say you're gay and who are you advocating for? So now you're putting gay people down because now you're making an issue of saying them, they're doing whatever. No, you can't have it both ways. You just can't. If you're gonna dish it, you better be ready to take, because nobody has to sit back and allow you to keep demeaning them like that without them having to be able to come to defend themselves. And I don't give a damn if it's a man or a woman. We all have a right. If you're doing something wrong, I got a right to say something to you about it. And that's just the end of the story. Now, if you can't take it, then as they said, you can't take the heat, get your ass out the goddamn kitchen because you don't know what you're doing. Get out. This is ridiculous. And I call what I see too, the game, peep game and all that stuff. No, learn what you're talking about. Look up the words in the dictionary so you have a clear understanding of what you're talking about before you try to discredit these men who didn't do anything to you. I've been listening to it for a year now, and those men did nothing to you but tell you they didn't appreciate you not allowing them to come on there and to defend themselves against that other man on that other panel. That's all they told you. And you couldn't take that. You had to go try to hit below the belt, and you expect these men just to sit back here and take it. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. And if you want people to believe your story, then you shouldn't have came out them like that. You want people to believe you, but then you want to sit here and just degrade men for no reason whatsoever. And me personally, I can't get behind that. Right. We as women need to stop this bullshit and trying to make everything just one-sided. It's okay for us to say all the shit we want to say, but when it comes to them expressing their feelings about what we do to them, oh, if he was a real man, he'd be able to take it. Bullshit.
Right. He shouldn't be having to take anything.
Exactly.
And his manhood shouldn't even be questioned. And then it's like you can do anything you want to do and say whatever you want to say. And if a man doesn't protect you because of your ignorance and because of the things that you choose to do, they're still wrong. It's no winning. Like it's not even fair.
No,
like,
you know what it is? It's a double standard.
Exactly.
Yes,
and stop with I don't have time for that. Life is too short. We already have enough problems in our community. We don't need to be creating problems within the community. You know what that man was saying on that other panel. Like you have been saying for a while, VB, and Shaka said the same thing. He called you a bull dagger. Right. Panel. Then after you got off that, letting him rant and rave for however long, he went back to his panel and said he didn't believe that you was sexually what. So how you gonna come back at these dudes when that man said that thing about you? And that's when you decide, oh, I'm going to cut him off. I'm not going to deal with him no more because he said he don't believe me. And then he brought up the situation about your brother. Oh, that was even worse. No, you should have cut him off when he called you that other word. That's when it would have happened. Instead of allowing him to continue vomiting in your ear, because that's all that is. A bunch of nastiness that you keep allowing to get into your brain, and it's affecting you. And you can tell it is because you're directing your anger at the wrong people.
Thank you so much, Miss Andrea, for even coming up and just stating that, because I just needed some reassurance. I'm new to everything, and I'm questioning in my mind, like, does she really even know? Because that last video, I was just like, I don't understand if she even because she was like, where did I scold him, Kevin? Where did I scold him? And I was like, you literally played the video of scolding someone. And so I just needed to hear that, because I was weighing the good and the bad on myself, trying to see what do I do, or how do I make my mind up about this? But I wanted to say thank you for that, because I needed to understand, and especially with taking in consideration with Brother V and Brother Shaka has been through with this situation. She does know. She does.
Yeah.
She absolutely does.
Especially like he keeps saying, if you're an advocate, you ought to know better. You ought to know better. And so that would lead me to believe the same thing, that you can't be what you say you are, and you don't even understand what the definition of it is. I mean, it's that basic. If you don't know what it is that you say that you are, then you just need to be quiet and go learn it, and then come back and try it again. But you don't hit below the belt and try to discredit somebody else because you don't want to own up to the actions you took in trying to demean these brothers. And there was no excuse for that. And I will come to the defense of our brothers. I love our black men, and
I know that's right.
I don't like seeing us women doing stuff like that to them. Now, if you deserve it, well, we gonna come at you. We ain't stupid either. We gonna come at you. But you know, doggone well, these men did not deserve what you dished out, and you're just getting a dose of what you dished. And I'm sure it going down. It doesn't taste good.
No, it doesn't. I mean, because when I first ran into her and I looked for her channel, and I mean, most of the timeline of look under her channel is people actually telling people or informing people of her behavior and what she has going on. And that was my main thing. Like, okay, at some point, it's either you don't know what you're doing or you're doing this on purpose. And I feel like that's a distraction and and then you every video, even if it's a different topic, it's a bashing of men. It's literally a bashing of men. They have no right to their own opinion. They have no right to their own perception or understanding. Look, we don't have to agree necessarily with how we view certain things in life, but we still can agree with learning how to respect one another. You get what I'm saying? And she does not have that whatsoever at all.
She has it for some people. She has it for the guy who vomits in her ear. She has it for some people. That's who she has it for. You're gonna let somebody sit there and vomit in your ear on multiple occasions. You've allowed him to do that to you. You kept threatening to sue. You kept doing all this stuff, and yet he's still saying stuff. And you have not said one bad word about that man. You know, in the big sense of it, like she didn't degrade him like she's doing V Bennett and Shaka. She didn't do that.
And yes, listening to V Bennett and what he's been saying, he's been stating that too. He's been definitely saying that. Like,
I mean, and like I said, she ain't got no smoke for him, but he didn't defend her from nothing. He attacked her. She got no, but the people that defended her, she's got smoke for. It's like I don't.
But see, also
go ahead, Di.
Also, what it is also is, I think that we may be giving her a little bit too much credit because she seems to be slow. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be vicious or anything, but I think that people are putting like a battery in her back just to see a show. Just to see a show because they know that she's not getting it. And she's like slow, but she's mean also.
Right.
Because what she's doing is she's antagonizing y'all, and you did nothing but defend her. But she's gonna put these degenerate polls up and say these degenerate, nasty things. And how are you going to be a homophobic homosexual? Make that make sense to me.
Right.
Yeah.
It can't exist in the same space. It can't. So maybe we are giving her too much credit, and she's slow, you know. But see, here's the thing too. Now, the people that called you up, BB, and said you should discard your feelings.
Yes.
See, they're not slow.
Right, brother.
They're just mean. That's just being mean.
Right.
You know? And it's like saying, "Oh man, you could just throw it away, throw how you feel away, and and no, I can't do that.
That was hell to the no.
Hell no. Right. Because what you're saying is you're putting her and her meanness before me.
Yep.
You know, doing that. I'm not doing that. And if anybody can't figure out, can't see how dastardly Shaka and VB are being treated by this person, then don't say something. Jump up on the panel, say something, what have you, or you could.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, I got it right here. You could also do what? You could also what? What does it also do? You could
shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Word. Word. You know, so it's like why?
And
it's just like why? I understand that she's slow, you know, she's slow, and you know, but and the people around her aren't, and that to me is heinous to me, because they are putting big time diehard batteries in her back, man.
And the thing is too, BB, when you know, if it was you that was SA, okay, are they now saying you shouldn't say anything about it? I mean, you know, you don't have a right to express your feelings about it because what? Because you're a man and you should be able to take that. I mean, I'm just curious because you can't have it both ways. You can't want people to accept your plight, and then you go out there and you do the same thing you're doing to them verbally what somebody did to you physically, as if your words don't carry some weight of hurt and pain and trauma. You can't do that. You can't go out there and put all that stuff online, and then you think that doesn't carry some kind of weight with it, but it's because you're a woman, it's supposed to be okay. Really? No, it doesn't work that way.
And the thing is that this is coming from a group of people that, you know, claim to be like researching, investigating people, picking up details, trying to stop the crime, right? This is like this is the whole atmosphere or the job of these individuals, you know, to seek out persons that are problematic in the community, investigate and dismantle them. But the thing about it is that if you have bias, you can't do it. And that's the thing. If a police officer already has an idea, you know, in their head that a certain kind of people do this kind of crime, you know what happens then? That makes them completely unable to investigate the case.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So, and that's why it should concern the community. It's not just about me and Shaka. The community should be shocked, because you're not going to be able to help anybody if you have biases like that.
Yeah.
And allow them to just thrive and flourish. It's ridiculous, you know, and we should know that by now. This is what they want to make. They want to make it that way. I'm really I'm sad about it, and it's not even about my situation. I'm sad because I really do live in a space where I'm allowed. I have fucking rights where I live. You know what I'm saying? I have rights. I'm in the goddamn union. You know what I mean? I go to work. Nobody's throwing these kind of things around me. I don't walk around. I've never had any kind of treatment like this. I don't even know where it comes from.
Yeah.
I don't identify with it at all. And that means, damn, like that community is so far off from healthy. That's scary.
It's sick.
That's problematic. That's so problematic. Yeah.
You know, it's crazy because I'm sorry. It's crazy because you know, it's what's even just so much sadder are the people who are entertained by that shit. The people who push her by taking those polls, what have you. Come on, you know. So that's sick. Her followers everywhere. That's the whole sick situation. That whole channel is sick. You know.
I'm gonna step down after saying this, but what it is, what I had to think about was everybody has a story. Everybody has a story. Some may have more stories than others. Some may have worse stories than others. It doesn't make anybody's past better or worse than the other. Everybody has a story. And what I had to realize was if you're using your story to be the reason to mistreat somebody,
Yep.
you get what I'm saying? It's
Yep.
not okay. It's not okay. I have a story, but I'm not going to sit here and use my story to validate how I treat somebody else, especially somebody who has done no harm to me. They
Yep.
state their opinion. What's wrong with an opinion? And not only that, they're stating things based upon what you have shown. They
Mm-hmm.
didn't. Nobody said anything about your personal life. They stuck exactly to what you have shown on the internet. And you give people room to do that when you place and behave on the internet. If they did nothing out of bounds, it's a lack of boundaries, is no respect, and your story is not the reason for you to mistreat other people. That is not activism. That is not advocating for anything. It's not okay.
No.
It's not okay. But I'm gonna step down. I appreciate you guys giving me a moment to speak. I got a lot of stuff I got to do real quick, but bless all of you. You guys are
Same to
amazing,
you,
Agent.
Angie.
Divinely,
Thank
thank
you,
you
Angie.
so much. You guys are. I'm so happy I ran into this channel. I swear, I mean it. I swear.
Thank you.
We're,
Thank
we're
you so
glad you did too.
Yeah, we are too. I'm happy you did too, because you know, if we don't have people like each other, I mean, that other stuff, that's what we will have.
It'll prevail. Exactly.
Right.
God, it's so sad. It's so sad. But
Yeah, it
I'm in the
is.
chat.
I appreciate you. Appreciate you. And your work has been great too. And by the way, put your handle in the chat. Let me see. What's your handle again? It's let me
Just
see. I got
lovely
it.
me. Just
My
Yep.
lovely me.
it's
Thank
lovely me.
y'all.
Just lovely
Yep.
me
All
with
right,
Just
chat.
two
lovely
E's.
me with two
There we
E's.
go.
And
That's
I thank
right.
you guys for coming over and supporting my channel and everything. I've been doing my small videos so I can work up my nervousness, but I really appreciate you guys coming. You guys make me feel like family. I really appreciate that.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
you're welcome. And don't you worry about your nervousness. We all good over here. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing about that. We all good over here. You
Thank you
know,
so much.
you're welcome.
and
You giggle if you want to, even if you ain't nervous. You giggle if you want to. That's all I got to say about it.
I do too, because sometimes it's insidious. Some of the stuff you have to contemplate. It's like all you can do is laugh, because if you can't laugh, you have to cry. It's so
Mm-hmm.
insidious, some of it, and I just I really I'm
That's
sad.
true.
I'm sad.
Our
To be
stories
honest.
are supposed to help us be able to relate and care for one another, not to
Mm-hmm.
continue to divide and shame and bash one another.
Right.
And I tell my
Exactly.
children all the time, do not become what you hate. If somebody has mistreated you with their words or how they behave and things that they say and do, don't become that person and say that it's in defense of someone else. You're not protecting the victim. You have become the monster, the predator. You are the bully, you
Yep.
know? But I'll step down. I'm in the chat. I love y'all.
Okay, Angie.
And we need to let people know that, like, this is like we can do better than that. Like, we can do
Mm-hmm.
way better than that. But if we don't show the examples, then what are that's all we can expect is that if we don't show better examples. And that's why I'm really discouraged about the persons that I really did have some kind of respect for, because it's like, what? It just seems so weird. It just seems so weird, and it's sad. But I have to tell you, people. I did have a couple of people. People put out this thing like femcel. And people have these ideas, like these code words for. Basically, what it means is that no matter what, if you're a man, they're going to find something wrong with you.
Wrong with you.
That's what that means, right?
That's
And
what the
it's like,
femcel means. I never even heard that.
yeah, it just means what is it? What's the term that people use? Feminist cell. Like,
Mm.
it's like instead of it being like a terrorist cell, it's a feminist cell.
Mm.
Right? But I mean, but the thing is that that's exactly how I felt. I felt like, wait a second. This is they have to find one thing to say that I did wrong. One thing. And the one thing was I'm supposed to care about this person. I'm supposed to care what happens. Like the idea was that I can't say I don't believe this person based on my experience with this person. I didn't say, to my knowledge, I never said I don't believe this person got assaulted. I didn't say that, not to my knowledge, but I'm really starting to question that myself. I mean, I've been questioning that. You see what I mean? I have. And but I'm just talking about all of it. I don't believe, just all, like there's something very peculiar about it. And as it says, it literally says it. I mean, and this is not hard for people to find. It's not hard for people to find. It says right here, while all allegations of abuse should be treated seriously, we must be aware that perpetrators might present as victims. Some because they genuinely see themselves as victims, and some because by presenting as victims, they hope to maintain power and control. You see? So it's like, it is a thing. And even damn Sarnetta presented himself as a victim.
As a victim.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so we have to, I'm sorry, but it's a thing people need to be thoughtful about, cautious of. Like, you just really and then like Angie said, you being a victim, that's not what we're talking about. I never questioned that before. And I never even thought of it until I saw what happened, till I saw the assault on myself. And it made me question that, like literally. And I don't want somebody picking up the phone trying to convince me of how, that's supposed to be wrong for me to question that. It's like, no. For me, it's like, nah, there's something else you could be doing with your energy right now, because you don't even know yourself if it's true. That's the oddest part about it.
Yeah. And the thing is too, they got all these new terminologies out there now. You're either a synth or you're a beta, and all these words to describe, trying again to belittle a man just because you're doing what you're doing, right? This is what's happening to me. I'm being not just you're being cyber assaulted, but yet because I'm a man, I'm supposed to take that, right? No. Oh, you're just a simp. No, that has nothing to do with that. And these terminologies need to stop. We need to stop looking at people through what we think they ought to be able to do. Just because you're a man, that doesn't mean that you ought to be able to take all the insults that come your way, right?
That's right.
So you got people out there committing suicide over this cyberbullying. So what, you're supposed to sit back and just like, oh, well, I'm a man. I'm a strong, this strong black man. I'm supposed to be able to take it. FOH. No, it doesn't work that way. No. I'm sorry. It's just flabbergasting to keep hearing all these different ideologies as it concerns somebody else's feelings. Who are you to tell somebody they shouldn't feel a particular way? I mean, it's absolutely insane. Because if it was on the other foot, you would not want nobody telling you that same thing. Like I said, there was nothing you guys have been pointing out. We said nothing. We were just supporting her, and this is where it fell off the cliff at this point. And if they can't see that, then hey, keep your blinders on. That's up to you, because it is clear what happened and when it happened. There was nothing before then. So, but if you don't want to hear the whole gist of the story, you just want to hear one side, then anything that comes out your mouth after that is a lie. Anything. If you're not going to hear both sides and you're just going to listen to one, then anything that comes out your mouth trying to defend whoever is a lie. We were all here. It's not like I know I was here since January of last year. So I heard all that. So I'm not sure, what people, we can have selective hearing too, especially when it comes to our wanting to be this stuff to be gender biased. I don't have time for that. We're facing a whole lot of problems that are coming up in this country, in our country anyway, that we don't have time for this stuff right here. There's too much that's getting ready to happen. And here we are trying to figure out a way to put one of our own down. This is absolutely, we have to stop this. This is insane. I mean, somewhere it needs to stop. And if it doesn't stop with you, then you're part of the problem, because we don't need to keep doing this to anybody in our community. We need to stop this nonsense. And like I said, people my age, we ought to know damn better. We ought to know better, because we got our young, the next generation is looking at us, and we're out here talking all this stupidity over another person.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? It's like, what? Yeah. This needs to stop. Like I said, I love our community. I love me some black men. I love me some black men, and I ain't got time for all that. I really don't. So that's just my take on it. You have every right to feel how you feel, B. Bennett, and I don't. Hey, it's you that's going through this. It's not me. It's not these other people who called you. It's not them. They didn't go through that. You are going through this on the internet. You are going through this, and you have every right to speak up about it and put your stuff out there so people can understand where you're coming from. All day, every day.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Andrea, and I hope if there's some people out there that don't want to listen to me because I'm a man, or I'm a black man, don't want to listen to me, or for any other reason, then what's your excuse for not listening to Andrea? What's your excuse for not listening to Angie? What's the excuses? Right. That's what I don't get. They try to create it. On one hand, it's anything that seems to be. I hate to do this because I believe in the women's suffrage movement. You see what I mean? I believe in women's rights. I believe in that. But it seems to me like they're abusing that whole idea. The idea of women's rights is to not go and be able to abuse another person.
Exactly. It's
totally contrary to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really shocked, by that phone call, and I don't want to really have to discuss this too much more, because it is kind of weird to have this kind of psycho abuse be thrown out there. But but I mean, I don't think it's right. No. I think it is really it's really shocked me, and I just hope other people aren't going through the same thing, and I want women and men to know that you don't have to put up with that shit.
Yeah.
That's a waste of energy, a waste of time. It's really it just amazes me. It just amazes me. Look at this. Can y'all see this?
Mm-hmm.
All fake accounts. These are all fake ass, ass accounts. Just spamming. Look at this. 740, 640, 551, 413, 259, 149, 138, 125, 1224. This was like 24 hours, almost 40 something out, 40, almost 2 days, just spamming. I was like, what the hell is it? I was just like, what timing? What interesting timing? In any case, I hope people take a good listen to the details, because don't worry about me. But if people think that this is the type of thing you can get away with, eventually you're going to end up getting some criminal charges. Period. I'm not talking about myself. We outlined this stuff some of this stuff is actually illegal.
Right.
Actually illegal.
Yeah, you get hit with a civil case, man. But what's so crazy is when they spammed the chat that time.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is not by coincidence. Why are they doing that to you? Why is it happening to you?
Yeah. Yeah. Donnie says that means you've been doing the right thing. If they on you like that, VB. Exactly. And they said some rude things about you, Donnie. Like
yeah,
she she's this person said tried to talked about Donnie and called him a gun nut. Like over, it's like Donnie's not a gun nut. So again, you can't have it both ways. I thought Florida was a carrying state, right?
Open and carry. Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Exactly. So what is the difference? Why can't you have a weapon in your home then? And that doesn't make if that's the case, everybody in Florida's a nut.
Well, then I'm a gun nut.
I don't get it. And it's to me, I just would expect that. I would expect that there would that some of the people. I see where the problem is, because if you got somebody picking the phone up and worried about what I'm thinking, what I feel, then obviously they don't have that much time to go in the right direction and in the other direction and deal with that. You see what I mean? I'm sorry, but I'm a black man. I don't always expect. I mean, you would hope that a black woman would see that I'm reasonable. I'm a reasonable person. But the scary thing is that there's some black women that are egging her on.
Yeah, that's the sick part about it.
I just like I have to shake my head about that. Like I'm like, wow.
And VB, you know what's so crazy? When Donnie,
but it's not only black women egging her on, but I'm talking about some that I know.
Yeah, right.
That's the crazy part. I'm like, damn, you capable of that? Yeah.
And there's some black men egging her on too.
Right. Exactly. It's not only.
You're right.
It's so I hope people take the time to listen to some of the detail in the video. I hope. Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna see how it goes because we don't know. But again, I'm gonna say it. 3 people suing somebody is easier than 1 person suing somebody.
Class action.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I just really hope that it doesn't have to go there. It's not like it's something that can't be done. I mean, and of course, it's sad that it comes to that we have to come to that, but people have to learn this lesson, and it's necessary for people to review it and see it before it stops, to be able to call it out. But it won't stop if it's not called out, and
yeah, but you know, right? And you know what's so crazy, when Donnie started, like, saying, okay, this will make sense to him, what have you, and Texas Bama was in the comment section. She commented, oh, what, you don't like, what, you have something against women too? It's like, well, you're playing games now.
Exactly.
Then I chimed in. I said, well, shit, Donnie, you better be careful, because I'm gonna start calling you gay too.
Yeah.
I mean, is that the go-to right there? Oh, because you said something, you don't agree with us, and we're women, and you're a man. Oh, you must be gay. No,
I must be gay too then.
No, I just disagree with you.
Exactly.
I can't disagree with you.
No.
I can't have a human experience here. That's just so crazy.
Yeah, because this one, like I said, this went straight from having a disagreement to hitting below the belt. This has not been necessary. There was not even a come together and let's talk this out kind of thing. It went straight from that to doing that, and that's where I'm like, no, we can't. You can't justify that. You just can't. And if you want people to believe you, then you can't be behaving like that. You just can't.
Right.
I'm sorry. In my own mind, I'm like, if I was a woman that stuff happened to, and then I'm allowing somebody to say stuff to me that is derogatory to who I am, I wouldn't even give them the time of day. But when you've given that person you've been out there more than a couple years, listening to somebody saying stuff over about you, and then hearing them telling somebody else to go off yourself and stuff, how can you keep doing that? And you know what happened to you. It's just mind-boggling. I can't. That's why I can't. I can't do the woman thing like that. Like I said, now if y'all are talking and saying stuff that I think ain't right about women, I'm gonna jump up there and say, hey, don't let me swing the belt, because I will do that.
Right.
But at the same time, I'm not gonna sit there and take a woman's side just because I'm a woman. Get the belt to me if I do that. I can't. We got too much at stake here, and there's more than my gender involved. I got grandsons I gotta watch out. I got granddaughters I can't do this. I can't tell them, well, tell my granddaughters, oh, it's okay for you to go slap a man. It's okay because you're a woman. They should be able to take that. I'm not gonna school them like that. Or you can insult them. That's okay. They can take it. They're men. They can take it. No. I wouldn't want nobody saying it to me, and I'm telling them you don't say it to them. You treat people how you want to be treated. And if you don't want to be, get the hammer slammed at you, don't do it.
No.
It's not that complicated. It really isn't.
Yep.
We deserve better. We deserve better. We as human beings, and Black human beings in particular,
Exactly.
we deserve better from our own. We deserve better. And we need to stop this nonsense that is we are hurting our own community. We ain't got to worry about nobody else on the outside doing that. We are hurting our community when we're constantly trying to figure out a way to bring our men folk down the way they do. It's like I said, it's bad enough if you've been SA. Don't make it any more than that, because you've opened, when you go out there and you say something about somebody else, you've opened yourself for some more assault. And why would you want that brought to yourself like that? You are opening yourself up to that, because now other people are going to say other stuff about you like that other one did when he said he didn't believe that happened to you. And then word got out, word getting out that you did something to your brother. I mean, come on now. How much more of that do you want to take?
Yes, and I'm not. I don't want to say too much, but what I'm saying is that abuse. There's a lot of things that can happen inside of that. And again, I myself, I'm not a person that likes to rush to any type of conclusion. But when I heard that comment that Sonetta made, again, Sonetta has a tendency to know things and release it when he has personal beef with people. And a lot of times, those things that he's releasing, it turns out to be something there. I'm serious. And that's the scary part about it. Like, I mean, and I'm not saying I can know. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that if you look at the track record, he did that to Polite. He talked about Polite first and said all those dastardly things, and then he rolled it back because for some reason, some advantage he had if he took the words back. People been talking about Garfield scamming the whole time, being a scammer and all of this stuff, right? But then recently, Garfield said something strange. He said, "What are you going to do? What are you going to do, Sonetta? Tell people that I used to be a stripper?" You see what I'm saying? Like, who else is it? He did it with Mighty Hebrew. He outed Mighty Hebrew about molesting, and then he rolled it back. You see, I'm serious. Like, people need to, and this is what when you trying to do this gender thing, you're not gonna, if you have bias about gender, you're not going to get to the bottom of what's going on in reality.
No,
that's the problem, because we don't know, and that's where it started. I asked, because getting to the bottom of it, everybody knows Polite assaulted that child. Everyone knows that now, right?
Yep.
But there's more questions that go along with that. Like, the question is, like, why was Sonetta in a room with what's the other, Zion Lex and Polite, talking about if rape is permitted in the Bible with the victim's mother, in front of the victim's mother. Like, what's that about? What is that about? That doesn't seem to be so innocent. Like, is it coincidence? Is it coincidence? I mean, how often are you in a room debating about is rape legal in the Bible, and then one of the people that's sitting in the room, their child gets raped by one of the people debating.
Yeah.
And the other person that's holding the camera earlier in time has already gone on record calling that person a molester.
Yep.
They don't tell the mother. Like, don't y'all find some? So that's what I'm trying to say. You know, there's some people that I don't know what it is they're investigating or what it is they're trying to find out. But I know for damn sure, you know, I have some suspicions of some stuff that is like, I don't think people know the whole of it yet. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying that about this lady here that, you know, that assaulted me, but I'm just saying, you know, all these people need to, you know, calm down, stop falling for simple, divisive stuff, and get back to like, do you really know what's happening? And again, I try never to assume I know, you know, but I know one damn thing. It seems like there's been a lot of distractions from Sinetta into all of a sudden a lot of division. And I noticed like Suge was talking about Sinetta's platform and the pedophiles and the rapists. I was, Shaka was, Queen Storm was, and then all of a sudden a lot of just division coming from an individual. Why?
It was like, it's like almost like, was he sent here?
I'm just saying
to do that.
You know, I'm just saying, you know, I mean, to me, I'm just saying it maybe it's not that at all, but it looks like that. What the fuck? Why do I have to? It looks like, you know, I mean,
but the thing is though, when you're not standing fully on your core principles, you're going to be dissuaded by you're going to be persuaded to do this other stuff, right?
Yeah,
At the end of the day, you should know, all of us should know right from wrong. This has nothing to do with whether you're male or female. So if you remove gender out of the way, right? And you just look at the wrong, okay, then you can look at who did it. But if you just go to the wrong, you're going to just say it's wrong. You're not going to say, oh, then it's wrong because he's a man. No, it's wrong, period. It doesn't matter. So if we can't take the time to just to look at it from that perspective, as opposed to just trying to, like you were saying, inserting your bias into it, it doesn't matter what profession you're in. If you're a doctor and you have these preconceived notions when you see a black person come to a hospital, oh, they got diabetes, just looking at them. You ain't done no diagnosis to them. You say they got diabetes or high blood pressure, and you don't know that, then you're gonna treat them for something that they're not there for. And so you're gonna harm them more than help them. And you can actually cause their death if you misdiagnose them, right? So if people are not gonna take the time to really sit there and listen, that's, a doctor needs to listen. If your lawyer doesn't believe you, why would you want to keep paying somebody who's not trying to hear your story or listen to you and get the facts to make sure that you can go out there and get this stuff done? But if they've got ulterior motives, if you're just a cash cow for them, then they're gonna do all that. They're gonna misdiagnose or misrepresent or whatever, because it's not about making sure that you're whole. It's about making sure they get paid. And that's what a lot of this stuff sounds like. That is, the more people I can get on my platform, the more people I can get on, subscribe here and subscribe there. And at the end of the day, your integrity and your character and the stance that you should be having about yourself, not based upon somebody else coming out here and validating your story. But if you believe in yourself that much, you're not going to allow somebody to vomit in your ear. That's I'm gonna keep saying, because it sounds gross, but it needs to sound gross. You're not gonna keep letting somebody do that.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. You know, I mean, and it's sickness. It's coming out this person's mouth. It's pure filth. Okay, that's all it is just vomit coming out their mouths. You know, especially Frankie.
Because we would be put in jail if we were doing that, verbally abusing our children like that. We would be in jail. They would not. If our kids go and tell somebody at school that we are verbally assaulting them, we would be in jail. We can't do stuff like that. But somehow, because we're adults, it's supposed to be okay. It's not okay. Not okay. We should be adult enough to be able to handle these situations without going below the belt. We should be able to do that. And agree to disagree. We don't have to agree on everything. That's fine. That's like, hey, I've been married to my husband for 41 years. I promise you, we've had multiple disagreements over all these years. But I'm still here because the little thing the bigger picture was outweighed the little thing I had, whatever. And I'm not saying people got divorced. I'm not saying that there's not reasons why people. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for me. I in my head when I was married young, I was doing all kinds. I was saying all kinds of shit. I was saying all kinds of shit. You're not gonna do this. You're not gonna blah, blah, blah. And then one day, some years later, I'm like, girl, you need to stop because the same crap you said you ain't gonna put up with, that Negro's been putting up with yours. So shut your little stupid mouth and go sit down somewhere. I had to tell myself that. I had to tell this big dummy, go sit your stupid self down somewhere.
But then to call it advocacy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, wow, it's bad enough. But then to call it advocacy, it's like, okay, am I like, it was just Twilight Zone or something? And I think it's something, but yeah,
it's too much out there, VB. But I'm glad you did this. I'm glad Chaka was here earlier today. I'm glad you did this because, I mean, we need to stop all this stuff. We need to stop the double standard bull crap. We need to stop all this whatever the first one you did. We need to stop all that. We don't. It's just we just don't. We deserve better. We just do. We deserve better. And our again, I'm just gonna keep saying our community deserves better. We shouldn't be. If I want to, talk to some of these other people, we should be able to talk and be able to disagree and be fine. And just, and hey, man, that's how you feel. That's fine. I'm good. I don't necessarily agree, but that's fine too. We'll be fine. Ain't nothing going to shake your foundation. It shouldn't get to that part where people think they can just, shake everything up and then we'll let the chips fall where they may. No, you shouldn't want the chips to fall where they may. It could knock somebody out on the way down, right? You don't want to hurt nobody if you don't. We don't want to hurt nobody. But some people think it's okay to do that, and that's not right. It's just not. And I'm just putting my plea out there to our people. We need to stop this nonsense. Stop it. If you don't want nobody treating you bad, don't do the same. Don't do that. Don't talk to people like you're crazy. Don't put stuff out there about people that you don't know anything about them. Don't put stuff out about them that you don't know. I don't care who you're talking to. I don't care if you got somebody who's got some juicy gossip. If you don't know it, don't put it out there unless you know for sure.
And you know something? Look, the people already, Tasha K, right? Tasha K got sued by Cardi B for I think it's $4 million. Right? Now, there was a real person that got assaulted, allegedly. I'm not sure if they solved that in court yet, so I'm just going to say allegedly, but I know the person. I've talked to the person before, right? One-on-one, right? And so the story is that this person has a real history with Cardi B, and was assaulted by some of her associates, like jumped in front of a lot of people, right? Now harmed, and after that, I guess there was some bad blood, so the woman went public with some things, and she said one thing. She said one thing, and I believe she said something like a cold sore, right? That she has a cold sore, something to that effect, right? But the thing is that she has a history with Cardi B, some kind of history, right? Now Tasha K don't have no history with Cardi B, no history at all with Cardi B. she can't really verify anything, right? That's being said. She doesn't really know. She can do an interview, but she can't really know some of these things, right? But it's salacious. It's like, okay, it's going to give views. Well, she went out there later and said that the woman, something to the effect that she had herpes. Cardi B had herpes. That's something to the effect. That's what Tasha K said. Guess what? Tasha K lost the lawsuit for $4 million for that. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because I've seen some things that look very similar to that, like trying to guess what somebody is, and I'm not talking about with me or Shaka, and I would just say to people like, sometimes if sometimes you should just be careful about wanting something to be something. And people that listen to these kind of things, try to use your critical thinking skills and to understand that just because someone is insinuating something doesn't necessarily mean you're not missing part of the picture that could come back and stab you in the back. You see what I mean? Because people that want to see something don't tend to tell the whole story of whatever it could be. You see what I mean? And that kind of behavior over the internet, it got Tasha K's ass lost in $4 million. Now, she may want to act like that or I don't know what she's acting like, but it seems almost like it didn't bother her, right? You know what I'm saying? But I could assure you, $4 million doesn't bother anybody.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Especially if you ain't got that money, it's like that's really going to hurt. But overall, it's not a good look for the community, because just because we want to hear some things doesn't necessarily mean what we're hearing is accurate 100%.
Exactly.
So I asked some questions, and I don't want to hurt anybody because I don't know. I don't know. But that tape that I saw of Kevin Wesley, right? And it wasn't Kevin Wesley. It was some dude named Callie. Like, I'm just saying that it could almost be anything. It can. It raised a lot more questions, because here's the funny thing. It made me think like, okay, why is anybody alleging something, or why is someone saying something that they can't actually prove really happened? Right? People have to understand something. Just because someone says something over the internet doesn't mean it actually happened. It's not proof in itself. And if you don't know these people who are talking, you should be very cautious about spreading it.
Yep.
You see what I mean? That's all I'm saying. But it did raise some questions, because I found some similarities in it. Like, what was funny about it is that the accusation is that he's there. He suspects some homosexuality there, right? And he suspects some orgy activity there, right? And I just try to think about it from a different ways. But I just thought about it like, really, I don't know anybody. How do I know you ain't gay? You know what I'm saying? Like, who knows anything? How do I know? I mean, and I try to put it in a different situation. I try to put it in like, okay, so if you're inside of that place, what if it's women in that room making noises? What if it's men and women in the room making moaning sounds? But the whole thing that you hear on the, from NX is she's focusing in on the gay stuff, right? That's her thing. It's like that excites her. Like, she's focusing on that and making that claim. And I'm not saying he is or isn't. I don't know him. I don't know. And I've been telling people this for a million times. You don't really know what anybody does. You just believe based on what they tell you. You don't really know, because if you're not in the bedrooms, you don't know, right?
Oh, right.
But with this story, the idea seems to be, again, like, and I just said to myself, people should be cautious about what they can't prove. And what people say is not necessarily proof in itself. So I would just say, be cautious. I'm not in a rush to get anywhere. To me, the truth comes out anyway. The truth, you don't have to force anything to come out. whatever it is, it will eventually come, whatever is going on, or if anything going on. But on the other hand, think about this. If everything that's going, let's say it doesn't matter if it's man or woman or whatever is going, but if it's all consensual, whatever it is that's happening, then there's no crime. You see? And
Exactly.
that's the problem here. You see, and that's what I found so interesting because it just seemed like what's happening here is
Sorry. Is that me making all that noise? I'm sorry.
No,
I've been sneezing.
No, it just seemed really peculiar, and I just had some questions like if it was women in that room moaning, would people be
It could have been the TV. It could have been a movie.
Right.
What is it? And if somebody is, the idea is that he's offering somebody, he's making a pass at somebody, and this is somebody and you're shocked or something like that. I'm like, so what do you do? So that happened. So you go to the internet?
Yeah.
You go to the internet? Like, I don't get that. Because you're supposed to be, as a man,
you're right.
Tell somebody to their face and just solve that right there. Whoa, buddy. Like, I'm confused here. Like, I thought we was cool. And you coming to me like that? I'm surprised in you, man. Like, you could also say that. So I just find it really just strange. Yet to me, it just seems like it's more salacious.
Yeah.
And then and if that's the case, I don't understand it. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to put any bone on anybody or suggest that any because I don't know him, and I think people should have the right to their privacy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And again, that was one of the things that I meant to go over today: invasion of privacy. Like, people should be cautious of that because it's also a crime. It's
well,
like
you've done. This has been a good one. I mean, a necessary one too, because men have a right, and that's why men don't come forward either when things happen to them. That's why they don't say anything. You suffer in silence, and then those who choose to speak up and say something, then you're labeled something else, right? Just like the women. I mean, women get that too, but nobody should have to suffer in silence. Nobody. I don't. That's why you have to stand for what's right or wrong, not well, it's more wrong for women or it's more wrong. No, right or wrong. It's just as wrong for a man to be verbally, physically, sexually assaulted. It's just as wrong. It's not to what degree. No, it's just as wrong for that to happen than it is for it to happen to a woman. It's just as wrong. And if we can't just have a civil conversation about just something so simple, then we're just a lost cause. But I don't think we are. I just think people just need to take a step back sometime and put yourself in that other person's position and ask yourself, if you heard somebody talking about your brother that way or your dog that way, because some people love their animals. I'm just saying, if you heard somebody doing that, what would you do? What would you do? Would you sit there and just listen to somebody just dogging, and they're actually listening and watching you? Would you want somebody to do that to you? No, you wouldn't. And we know we wouldn't want that to happen. We jump on a panel and do exactly what you guys are trying to do to get out there to defend yourself. We would do the same thing as women. We don't want nobody saying stuff about us like that. Right. You wouldn't want somebody about to calling you a whore or whatever. You wouldn't want nobody defaming your character that way. It's the same thing. If you don't want it done to you, then don't do it to nobody else. It's treat people how you want to be treated. That's what you've been saying for a long time. So
yeah, that's supposed to be how you approach things, and even with victims, treat them how you want to be treated. If you were in that situation, treat them that way. And that's what I think kind of like goes with the double standard, because anybody could see that, like, wait a second, I'm actually being, assaulted over the internet.
Yep.
And then someone has the nerve to come and try to tell me like I'm supposed to be considerate of, the fact that this could be the individual assaulting me has told people that they were a victim as a child. Uh, that's not my problem.
Mm-hmm.
they're they're supposed to be responsible for what they do as an adult, victim or not. It's like, how did that become some sort of priority? Like, it just doesn't. It's just really weird, And I just wanted to let people know, because if any other people, man or woman, have somebody suggest that to you, they're wrong.
Wrong.
Yeah.
You deserve better yourself. So on that note, I appreciate y'all again, and I appreciate everyone that came out. Yeah, it's a serious topic, but we'll see how far it goes. And just lovely me, thank you for hopping up on the panel. Also,
Yeah.
Shaka was here. Also, Marquise was in the audience. Marquise, what's up, bro? And we had a new visitor here. Sorry, I didn't shout out earlier. That was
Lady Love.
Yeah, he said her situation is very confusing. I really try to like her, but the constantly male bashing and beefing with every man she comes across. Yeah, that's what he thinks. And then the fight doctor was here also. Marquise was here. I said that already. Yeah, Marquise. And who else? Young Hey Root was here. And look at what he say. Seems like only when it's other gender.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's talking about with these particular people. Negro Ralph was here.
Yeah.
Some people don't deserve help, protection, or empathy. Pumpkin was here. Yep. Pumpkin was here. Where's she? Oh, Lady Love was here. Woo. There you go. Lady Love was here. Verbal abuse. Yep. Thank you, Lady Love, for coming through. Yeah, that's great to have some new listeners come through and people check by and show some support. I appreciate it a lot. Storm was here. There we go. Storm.
Yep, she sure was.
Victim blaming puts the responsibility of a crime, trauma, and hardship on the victim and not the perpetrator. Exactly. Definitely. So good. We had a good crowd today, and we had some great people. Good people, caring people. We're not phony people. We're not phony, and
That's right.
Yeah, we actually good people here. So we got something going for ourselves. And on that note, we're gonna see what's up tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow, so we see. But I want to do something else tomorrow. I mean, I'm gonna think about that, and we see. It's the weekend, so I'm off the whole weekend. So we'll see. We'll see.
All right.
No doubt.
I might not be able to tune in on Sunday if you do something on Sunday. I got a big family thing going on, so we got another Burnett Family Day.
All right.
Happening, yeah. So let's look at the gathering of trying to get my granddaughter and her family's coming in on tomorrow, and so I said, well, since you're here, we got to do a Burnett Family Day again.
But why not?
Yeah.
That's a wonderful thing, and it's a good day for the kids and the weather too. They might be able to play outside in the snow a little bit too.
Well, it's not snowing here anymore, but it's gonna be it's still gonna be in the 30s. So I don't know if anybody want to jump out there. Now I owe my little grandson over here. He threw a couple of his little itty bitty snowballs that he was able to collect out there the other day. I said, I'm gonna get you. I ain't gonna tell you when, but I'm gonna get you back. I'm gonna wait till the summertime and hit him with some water balloons. That's what I'm gonna do to him. But
I thought it was snowing. I thought it was crazy.
No, we had a little bit, not where we are. Maybe like further north, further north of like Oklahoma, up in those Texas up in that area. But not down here with us down here. No.
Okay. Wow. Okay. You got.
But you look like you was having a good time in the snow you was in, man. I'm like, look at him looking like he's just
snow everywhere, and it's coming some more snow too. It's coming some more snow. It's more snow now than we've had in like maybe 5 years.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. It's very, very rarely any snow here. Very rarely. But this time it is.
You look so happy though. I was like, look at him just out there playing.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I actually had the nerve to be out there, like just walking. I'm like, hey, I'll take a walk today out in the snow. But I went down to the lake. I went to the lake too, down to this lake not far from where I work at, or one of the places I work at. And is actually positioned on a lake, and I went down there, and the whole lake was covered with snow.
Wow. Did it freeze over?
I wasn't sure. It must have frozen to some degree, though, for the snow to be on the top. But I wouldn't test it.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
You better.
No. You know, you go. That would be the last time anybody see you. Yeah, so
Yeah,
no,
but divinely inspired. I appreciate you coming out here too, man. I mean, we kind of been trying to holding it down, and all the people who come out there, you know. I just I like everybody we come, you know, that's come out here. You know,
but it's a real topic because you know, young
yeah,
people watch this. Young people are watching,
yeah,
and that's what really makes me bothered the most.
yeah.
Like it's like young people are watching this and they're thinking that that's normal.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's just. But oh well, we try our best. All right, y'all.
I want to say one thing. You know what's funny? My youngest son, he's a teacher, and he's those kids love when he tells his old school stories. They're like shocked when he tells them, "Man, when I was in school, we couldn't do what you guys are doing," and they're like, you know, and so he would be. Like in one instance, he would be in the cafeteria talking to the kids, and then they assigned him to do bathroom duty, you know, during the lunch break and stuff. And those kids would leave the cafeteria and go out in the hallway because they want to hear what he has to say. Some kids would get in trouble on purpose to go to in-school suspension because that's where he would be, right? Just to hear his stories, just so he can tell them. And those kids swarm to him like he's just, you know, the next whatever. And he just keeps it real with them. And those kids love that. And I keep trying to tell people, kids want us to be honest with them. They want us to keep it real with them. We don't have, you know, and when you find them getting in trouble, he will tell them, hey man, you can't do this. If they tell you don't wear your hoodie, it's just don't wear your hoodie. It's not that hard.
Right.
It's not that hard, but you guys want to make it. So he really just tells them, hey man, we couldn't do it. We couldn't do what you guys are doing. Of course, we didn't have phones and all that kind of stuff back then. But at the end of the day, you know, there's some things that you guys need to listen. We're just trying to get y'all just to listen. It's not that hard. And so, you know, they love when he tells his stories, and you know, and that's what you know, we have to be mindful of that. They are watching, and here we are supposed to be grown, you know, supposed to be these grown people that's supposed to have more sense than these younger ones, and we wonder why they're misbehaving. It ain't because they want to. I mean, if we can't set the example, who's going to do it for them? You know.
Exactly.
So, I'm. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Andrea. You know, and Andrea, you know, I'll say this also. You're much appreciated too,
Thank you.
Of course, and because you give a twofold perspective. You give an elder perspective, and you give a female perspective.
Thank you.
A mature female perspective on things, and it's very necessary for you to speak tonight, and Angie too,
and a career professional perspective.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. So it's not like, you know, you're just someone who just has like a biased opinion, and you're gonna say, and you know, you just run at the lip and all that. No, you know, because, you know, unfortunately, there are people out here who, you know, are playing, you know, divisive games and trying to say, oh, this person's a misogynist because, you know, he has feelings. Basically, that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's just so mind-boggling to me. It's ridiculous. And VB, is not only our young folks are watching this, other folks are watching this too.
Yep.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
And
it's true.
And just like on Facebook, when let's say, you know, you have, let's say, abos or aboriginals, excuse me, I should say aboriginals, and people who believe black folks believe they're indigenous or what have you. And, you know, we have like, you know, Hebrews and Moors, whatever, and we're all getting it in or whatever. There's a certain outside, you know, population that feeds off of that. Of that. And they love to see us go at each other.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
and they'll say the most heinous shit that you ever want to see, you know. And I think this is just happening all across the board in social media, you know. Whether it's YouTube, whether it's TikTok is another breeding ground for that mess too, you know. You know, I think I've been called the N-word on all social media, all platforms.
My goodness.
I've been called a monkey, ape,
Oh my.
you know, everything, you know, and sometimes by our own people, you know. But we have to really just stay the course, keep being professional, right? We're going to get upset. Things are going to come out of our mouths. It might sound crazy and shit at times also, because we're only human too. You can only take so much. But just to stay the course and be as professional as we can, you know, we already won. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Because if someone with any sense were to play what, you know, what's said and done here versus what's said and done over there, they can obviously see, come on now, something's wrong over there. Something's very wrong.
I think so. You would think so. I mean, but we have we're dealing with multiple issues, you know, because it's easy to point out somebody like Sarnetta as problematic. That's easy to point out. But the thing is that the reality is that when you had people standing up against him and speaking the facts, like somehow there's some behavioral things out there that that created divisions. You know, and I think for me overall, that's the lesson. Like, if you have behavioral issues, you're not going to crack the cookie, the real issue. You're not going to be able to get really at Sarnetta like that. You're not really going to be able to stop to know, you know, and not just him. I'm not trying to single him out or anything. It's just an example, you know. I think that's the underlying issue for me, and that's what I think stops us. I mean, we have division on other levels with other things, so many other things. It's just it makes you wonder, like, damn, if a dude with a platform that's hosting pedophiles, rapists, and alleged scammers all over the place, if that doesn't shock you, if that doesn't unify you to do something, what will?
Exactly. What will?
What will? And for some reason, some kind of unity got broken. And it's just like, ooh, wow. You know, but we here. I mean, we didn't break. We're not breaking.
No.
And, and it's because, you know, we have some standards. You know, not standards like everybody doesn't have standards, but I mean, we keep the bar high with our own behavior.
Right.
And our own expectations of others. You know,
we have a particular set of standards. Actually, everyone may have standards, but we have a particular set of standards. Like that question, you know, that you posed to Shaka. Now, how would it look if you went back to Frankie's panel? Right, that would look crazy. Crazy. I can't call you a pedophile and come back to your panel.
And the thing is too, you know, we got to bring, you know, up, you know, our whole self to the table, right? If you haven't done the hard work of fixing some of the stuff that you know, there's some stuff that we just know that we need to take care of. If you're not going to take the time to do that, then, you know, then you're doing your own self a disservice, and you're putting yourself out there and not being truly authentic to who you are. There are things that we just need to clean up, right? And we know what they are. Some of it will get brought to you, maybe, you know, but if other people are seeing it, then that might want to, you know, that might want to make you pause a little bit. Pause, slow that Mustang down a little bit, and see what it is that you need to fix. Because we all have something, you know, there are areas in our life. Most of us, we're probably operating at, you know, 80% or whatever. We need to work on that other 20 to make ourselves whole. And the only way you can do that is deal with those issues that you know you have. I mean, I know I had mine. I brought my suitcase from my house, and I was dragging that stuff around for a long time. And then I'm like, one day, one of them days, you just got to open that jack. You got to open it up, and you got to deal with what you've been dragging. And if you don't want to take the time to do that, and that's not easy. I'm here to tell you, it is not easy, but it is sure worth it. It is worth it. We can't keep using the excuses that we drug from the house. Okay, so if you have been a victim of any kind of assault, any kind, people give room for that. You get empathy for that to the degree that you can get in there and work on some things. But if you're gonna do what people are doing and trying to say all these things about somebody else, we kind of have to that's where the wondering comes from, right? If you are not being empathetic towards somebody else, then how do you expect for that empathy to come back to you? It just doesn't work that way. We got to work on yourself. That's what people have been saying all this time. Work on yourself. We got to all have to do that. Don't be afraid to open up that bag. And some stuff you might want to leave in there just for a reminder. But we got to do the hard work. That is the hard work. And once we get through that hard work, it really it pays off in dividends because people see that you're trying to do what's right. You don't even got to say nothing. People can see it. You're people, and somebody asks you, girl, you ain't the same. People look. I used to be a hothead when I was younger, and people like, you calm down a lot, Andrea. Yeah, life taught me how to calm it down. But as I've gotten older too, I noticed that I don't take. I'm not afraid to say what I need to say now, right? As far as when people try to take you there, and let me be quiet. I don't do that anymore. It's harder to refrain from some stuff. Sometimes it's good to be quiet, but other times you gotta say what you need to say so people understand. Just don't take my kindness for granted, right? Don't take everything because I'm taking it doesn't mean that at some point the day of reckoning is coming. You can't keep insulting people and then expect people to want to be around you. It's not going to happen. I don't care what it is, whether it's verbal, physical, whatever. At some point, somebody. I'm gonna tell this one story that I saw. This mother who she told people her daughter had cancer, that she had to have a feeding tube, all this stuff. She was doing this to her daughter for years, and then her daughter figured out that she didn't have a problem. She wanted, taking her mother out. We can't do that. You got to stop. At some point, you got to stop. And that's up to us to do that. Nobody else can make you do that, but we really need to do that hard work. And I'm telling you, it pays itself in over and over and over and over again. It's a freeing position to be in. And I just admonish those who, if you're hurting, if something happened to you from times past, do the work, do the necessary work so you can help other people and be empathetic towards other people's plight, and don't be the cause of them suffering more, because that's not helping anybody, So anyway, that's my 20 cents for what it's worth. It's not 2 cents. I'm up to 20 cents now. It's my 20 cents.
No, but it's real. It's real, and I hope anybody that is capable can hear what you're trying to say, because it is you can't say that the elders failed you when you don't listen to them.
You don't listen, that's right.
Yeah.
It's like you just can't do that. And you can't say black men don't care about black women when, if they do stand out, you don't treat them like they do. You don't respect them.
And black men have feelings too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's right.
You are people too.
You are people too. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. We're people, and it's just, and it have to be some sort of I don't know, way of trying to be less divisive, and be more accountable. Like it shouldn't take months and months and months to be accountable for this thing right here. Still no accountability for it. Like that's the insane part about it. Like there has been no accountability for this. It's been dismissed. All we got was dismissiveness. dismissive, and this dude's gonna curse at Shaka's child, his mother, and his lady, and Neo X, Miss Neo X says you have every right to do that.
That's right.
Said, and it's just like, okay, so still no accountability for that. No, I'm sorry, that is abuse, and I can only imagine, like, if you're showing people that there's no accountability for that, then okay, for that kind of abuse, then is there going to be any accountability for any physical abuse? Is there going to be any accountability for anything? Like, me, that's like such a low bar. I don't. It's unnecessarily low.
Because because it's not just verbal. You're being assaulted in more than one way. It's verbally and psychologically, right? You're getting a double dose because when you hear it, it gets in your head, and some people can't take that. That's what I'm saying. We need to be careful with what we let come. Go do that hard work in the back there. Go back and do that hard work. I don't care what we get at in life. We're not too old to learn, because I've learned a lot listening to you and learned a lot listening to Shaka and other people. We're not too old to learn, and we're damn sure not too old to say I'm sorry and I was wrong.
Exactly.
We need to be able to do all of that if we have inflicted pain on somebody. And if you know you have, it's up to you to do something. Be the, put your big girl stuff on, put your grown man stuff on, and get out there and make those right. It's not up to the person that you harmed to come to you about it. Do something about that. That's what it means to be a grown up. Not sitting here trying to point the blame and point the finger outward. If you have harmed somebody, and they may not come to you, the people who harmed you may not come back to you, and that's where that work becomes even a little harder, because nobody said I'm sorry. But if you're still in the land of the living, you're able to go back and say something to somebody. You need to do that, because you might be the thing that sets that person free when they realize I'm not the one who caused that thing to happen to me. And the same thing in this environment too. It doesn't matter where you are. If you're going to get out there on the internet and talk all that, well, then you need to apologize out there on the internet. If you did it, wherever you did it, that's where you need to make your formal, make it known. It's not something you do behind the scenes, especially if you didn't do it behind the scenes, right? So it's not that hard, V. Bennett. It really isn't. And I know when I made somebody mad, if I hurt somebody's feelings, I know when I did it. I don't need nobody coming back to me and I know when I did it. And sometimes it might take me a couple of days. Like, damn, I got to go say I'm sorry. I have to talk sometimes you got to talk yourself into some stuff. But when it's done, you can see the relief on that person that you said you wronged. You can see the relief in them, because especially when you have to go inside and check yourself and say, you know what, you just a big dummy. You shouldn't have let them words come out your mouth, because some words are hurt more than somebody physically hurting, slapping your hand or something like that.
Oh yeah,
can be just as hurtful and just as damaging. And so if we don't clear that stuff up, then we're just responsible. We're just as responsible for that person's psychological and mental behavior. And so it's just important that we do that hard work, BB. I mean, we can't get around not doing that. I'm sorry, I was liar
No,
said something.
Sorry. But no, that was well, who do you? Well, anyway,
I don't know who it is.
We can just
Who was
assume.
that?
It's safe to assume, but it's safe to assume. But yeah, that person is anonymous and unidentified, and but by the way, I'm gonna put the handle in the chat though for people, so you can see who it is. It's anonymous and unidentified. Here it is. This is the handle right here, and but this person came in Just Lovely Me's chat a few days ago, maybe, and was saying some really peculiar things.
What did they? What did they say this time? If you don't mind asking.
I deleted it. I blocked it so fast because I was waiting for that one. I already knew. I suspected that one. actually, but I suspected this one would show up, but yeah, it's blocked now, and it just this person came in and was just making some bizarre remarks. I mean, that's not the only one. There's one remark somebody wrote. I'm gonna show you this one remark, and then I'm gonna call it out, just so you can see what type of campaigns these people have going on. And me myself, I have no doubt there's a couple of people in on it together. Like that's my view. My view is there's something else going on, but if we check this out, if I go here, right? Let's just say this is their. Can y'all see that? This is the person's page that just
Yeah.
came in and just typed some bizarre stuff. But if I go like this, right, and I click on this, and then I go down to I go down here. I want y'all to check out this message just to give you an idea of the logic or the tactic people are using. Um, and it just makes me wonder. I mean, somebody with a bunch of accounts, that doesn't want to be doesn't yeah, they just want to present themselves as, like, one person can present themselves as numerous people on
Oh yeah.
YouTube. So you could get the idea that it's like a lot of people when really it's just one damn person. You saw how many spams I got from different users, right? On Facebook. So it's crazy, to think that someone thinks that way. Now look at this. I wrote a comment to Kevin Wesley, right? About Neo. Hey, bro, Neo X did the same to me, comrade. The same way, but in the end, it backfired. Now, look at this. Somebody else came here and wrote me a message. Hold on. Let me see something here. You see this? Oh, he said, right. They came on here and then said this. I wrote him a message because I wanted him to know my thoughts because, hey, something wrong with that? Is there something wrong with communicating? Like, but look at the psychology here. Um, he said, the person said, yeah, there we go. Where is it at right here? I forget. Y'all look, y'all call each other. You see what I mean? Y'all call each other? No. I don't know him. I don't know his. The only time I've ever seen him when he came up on this panel or Miss Just Lovely's panel. I've never talked to him over the phone. I'm in another country. You're closer. I mean, all these people are closer. This is what's weird. That's what's so weird. And it's like they try to say things to give you the impression of something that's not real, to try to be suggestive and suggest things, and it's like it's very weird. It's weird behavior to do this. Like, nobody should have a problem with me talking to anybody I want to, but this is what's going on, and it's just very, very strange. Uh, who would really give a damn? I mean, so where's the criminal record? And see, a lot of these people, they don't want to go after the people with the criminal records.
Nope.
That's what's so peculiar about it. This person's not on, and even the liar is not on Neo X panel, making any comments complaining about Neo X having signed that on there. No, you ever seen liar do that? Nope, nowhere to be found. So it just becomes really strange. Really strange. They're doing a lot of cyber stuff, a lot of this cyber stuff, and I think, yeah, well, just keep up with it and see what happens. Pumpkin, there you go, Pumpkin. Yeah,
There she is.
right. It's weird. It's
Yeah.
weird. On that note, I mean, the saga continues. I mean, hopefully, I don't really want to spend too much time on this stuff. I mean, I think I put enough out there. I think this stuff, there's enough information in this video where people can kind of get the point and see where the abuse lies, and hopefully they don't become victims of the same type of abuse. Now that it's been kind of identified and pointed out to people. It's snowing here. Okay, it's in Jersey. I bet it's a lot of snow in Jersey. But I appreciate y'all. We're
You're
gonna be
welcome.
out. It's like 3:43 a.m. over here, so I gotta
Okay.
have some Z's, you know.
All right.
I'm off though, so I'm gonna have a nice, relaxing morning. But I appreciate you all again so much.
You're welcome.
And
You're
we're gonna
Andrew.
continue the conversation later, even if it's about something like international news or something else. No, it's we can do
Oh yeah,
anything
Do
else.
what you do. Do what you do, BB. It's all good.
All right,
good.
all right. Be good, everybody. I appreciate y'all.
You're
I'm
welcome.
out of this camp.
Brother.
I'm gonna put on. Who knows this song right here? Tell me if you heard this song before. I'm gonna close out on this. See what it sounds like.
Say that shit. Where you wanna go? Where you wanna go? Where you wanna go? Where you wanna go?
This is Go from like the 80s. Yeah.
I can't say I have.
Yeah, it's live. It's peculiar to DC.
Yeah.
Like they said, it's really DC. We don't have a connection. They say music connection with the rest of the East Coast. It's actually people are into this kind of music. I mean, we listen to other stuff, but this is our music from our town. So it's like the main thing that we grow up with, actually. But it's live. All right, y'all. Peace.
All right.
I'm out.
Hey.
All right.
Thanks, everybody. We talk. All right.